Thank you for taking the time to listen to this. Please share any thoughts in the comments section below. If you don't want to miss any future sleep stories or sleep stories compilations, feel free to subscribe to the channel and turn on bell notifications. As you listen to this bedtime story, you can get yourself comfortable and close your eyes. And as I talk in the background, so you can drift comfortably asleep, following along to the story. And there was a tabby cat who lived in a farmhouse. And one day the tabby cat was resting on a lap. And while that tabby cat was resting on the lap, its owner was stroking the cat. And the cat felt so relaxed being stroked. It began to purr. And while the cat purred, the cat began to relax. And as the cat began to relax, it began to drift off and dream. And the cat felt so comfortable resting on that lap, knowing that the owner was being brought a sense of calm and relaxation as they stroked the cat gently. And while the cat drifted off asleep, it began to have a sense of climbing down off of that owner's lap, still feeling a bit sleepy, and yet climbing down off the owner's lap and starting to pace gently around the room. And you know, as a cat, everything seems so big in the room. And the cat had very sensitive hearing, and it thought it heard something outside. So the cat paced its way through the home all the way into the kitchen, paced its way along the kitchen floor all the way to the back door. And the cat nudged its head against the cat flap in the back door, pushing that cat flap open with its head, stepping its right paw through first, then its left paw. And then taking a step with each paw before stepping through with the rear right paw and then the rear left paw. And the cat liked trying to tense up its tail just a little bit, to hold and lift the cat flap up behind it. And then once the cat had walked just slightly away from the cat flap, it would relax its tail and let the cat flap swing shut behind it. And the cat flap would swing in and out, in and out, in and out a couple of times before coming to rest. And out in the garden, the cat paced itself around. It could still hear something, and it decided to go explore. So it started by following the path, by walking its way gently down the path. The cat was very vigilant, keeping an eye out for any other cats, keeping an eye out for anything of interest. And the cat could smell the flowers along the border by the path, could hear the sounds of birds in the distance. Noticing the green grass, the hedges and trees, and different coloured flowers. And so the cat continued to walk through the garden, and it veered off the path, going deeper and deeper into the garden. Heading closer and closer to the noise that it could hear. And the noise appeared to be coming from a part of the garden the cat didn't normally visit. It appeared to be coming from behind a hedge the cat had never passed by. And so the cat walked to the hedge, sized that hedge up, looked to the top, looked at the bottom, and a bit like drawing back a slingshot before firing it, the cat leant back on its back legs, looked up at where it needed to jump to, wiggled its bottom, and then leapt up to the top of that hedge. The cat had to scrabble a bit at the top of the hedge just to land on the top. And from up here, the cat gazed down the other side. It had never been down there. It didn't know what was down there. It walked along the hedge for a little way before jumping down into this other garden, this garden it had never been in before. And it continued to walk through this garden, heading towards that sound. The sound was much louder now. It was a kind of squeaky voice, and the cat was curious. The cat followed a path through this garden, noticed how this garden looked different to its own garden. And after some searching, the cat found a hole, and it was a hole through a brick wall. It was quite a small hole, and the cat had to really squeeze and wriggle to push through that hole. It knew the squeaking was coming from somewhere in here. And despite it being very dark in the hole, the cat had very good eyesight and could see quite clearly, even in quite low light, and could feel its way through the hole with its whiskers, giving it an almost three-dimensional feel to this hole, just from the sensations of its whiskers. And after travelling for some time through this hole, it started to get lighter again, and the cat realised that it could see the end of this tunnel, and it appeared like the end of this tunnel came out in a different building, in a different house. And as the cat reached the end of the tunnel and entered this different house, it noticed it was coming out near a fireplace from under some drawers, and it's pushed itself out. And as the cat poked its head out from under the drawers, it saw a human. And this human was petting a little mouse. And the mouse was talking away. And the cat realised this was the squeaky voice that it heard. The cat thought it was unusual that a human would be petting a mouse. Normally the cat saw mice in cages, and humans pet cats, not mice. As the mouse saw the cat, the mouse looked a bit startled, but was too comfortable and relaxed being pet by its owner to bother to move or do anything. After a little while, the human put the mouse in a hamster ball and sealed it so that it could run around on the ground. And the mouse ran over to the cat to talk with the cat. And they began talking about the type of life they have, trying to work out who's in charge. The mouse believed that it was the one who chose the human, and the cat agreed that it had chosen its human. And the mouse said about how the human feeds it, the human cleans everything out, makes its bedding nice, keeps it warm, lets it roam around and have some exercise, buys it different gadgets. And the cat spoke about how it has freedom to come and go as it pleases, does whatever it wants, gets its back scratched and rubbed, gets its belly rubbed. Gets to play with different toys, gets food laid out for it, and the humans even give it some of their food. And the cat and the mouse both agreed that they've got it quite easy. They get to do what they want to do. And then they have a human to look after them and to do things for them. So the cat doesn't need to eat the mouse, and the mouse doesn't need to go foraging and finding its own food. The cat wondered what it must be like to be a mouse being able to go in a ball like it's in. The cat told the mouse that he had seen humans doing that on TV. Humans getting into balls a bit like what the mouse is in, and then rolling the balls over water, rolling the balls down hills, As a cat, it had never experienced anything like that. But it did look fun. The mouse told the cat that it thinks it knows how the cat can experience that. And the mouse was clever and resourceful, and it managed to open the lid to the bowl, and then while its human was watching the TV, the cat and the mouse ran up the stairs. And the mouse found a round laundry basket and told the cat that it can experience the same as the humans by getting into the laundry basket. The cat couldn't see how that could happen, but the mouse said if you just tip it over on its side, it'll work fine. So the cat jumped up onto the laundry basket. Using its claws, it scraped, holding onto the lid, and slid itself down, dragging the lid off with it. It then jumped up and into the laundry basket, and jumped up, pushing its claws and its feet against the side of the basket, tipping it over. It was a bit too heavy, so it emptied some of the clothes out and dragged them out of the laundry basket. The cat knew this looked like it was going to be fun. It didn't know quite what it was going to do yet, but it was something new. It was a bit of an adventure. Once the cat had managed to get the laundry basket on its side, the mouse said all you have to do is lean against that front from the inside and start walking forwards, and the basket will move underneath you. So the cat leant its forelegs up onto the inside at the front and started pushing. It took a bit of effort to start with, but after a few pushes, the cat managed to get that basket moving. It managed to navigate its way out of the bathroom where the laundry basket was, into the corridor. And it managed to wheel it along the landing. And the cat was thinking, this is really fun. This is something I've never done before. And then the mouse suggested, why don't you go down the stairs? That's a bit like when those humans go down the hills. The mouse recalled a time when, in its bowl, it went down the stairs. It was a bit bumpy, and the mouse was a bit too small. But it felt that the cat, being much bigger, would be able to do this, and would find it more fun. The cat went over to the stairs and carefully leant forwards and pushed. And with a well-timed push, the wash basket tumbled down the stairs with the cat running inside it. At the bottom of the stairs, the cat stopped running, but the wash basket kept going. And the cat tumbled inside the wash basket head over heels. There was an enormous clatter and crash. The human in this house rushed out wondering what was going on, and it could see a cat all among clothing and the wash basket on the floor. The human tried rushing that cat out, tried to scare the cat away, started shouting at the cat. But the human was more concerned that its mouse was okay, and went and got the mouse. The cat ran out the way that it came in. It decided this was a fun adventure. It waited in the tunnel, trying to peer back and listen out for that mouse. And it heard the high-pitched squeak of the mouse, talking in the background, suggesting they stay friends, and that they can have more fun together. But maybe they need to have fun where the humans aren't around and the humans won't notice. The cat replied, saying it agreed, and decided that it would head back for now, back to its own home. So the cat travelled back through that tunnel, back out to the garden, leapt up onto the hedge, dropping down off the other side of the hedge. Before heading back to the house and through that cat flap, the human was still sitting there in this home. So the cat leapt up onto the human's lap, snuggled down, stretched itself, and let the human continue to pet it, to stroke its back, as it comfortably drifted off asleep on the human's lap, drifting asleep, dreaming about adventures that it can get up to in the future, drifting comfortably asleep. Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And it's a sleep story about a cat walking through a moonlit meadow. And as this cat comfortably walks through this moonlit meadow, so the cat notices the way the moon seems to cast a silvery glow over the top of the grass. And as that grass sways and moves gently in the breeze, so that silver glow seems to dance in waves, passing across that meadow. And the cat is surprised by how quiet it is out here in this meadow. Just the occasional sound of a bird settling down in a tree. And the cat walks through the meadow and stops and rests down in this meadow and gazes up at the sky, and while gazing gently up at the sky, the cat watches the way the clouds pass across the moon. And as some high up, fine, wispy clouds pass across the moon, so the cat notices the appearance of the most incredible looking circle of light, like a silvery rainbow encircling that moon. And the cat watches as that circle of light becomes clearer and clearer, and as those clouds continue to pass by, so the circle of light gradually fades away again. And while gazing up at the sky, The cat notices some shooting stars overhead and becomes curious while the cat's eyes continue in the dark to adapt to the view at how many stars there are in the night sky. And as the cat watches that sky, so they can feel the cool night air on their fur, and something about that refreshing, cool night air just guides that cat comfortably and relaxed into a reverie. And the cat finds their eyes wanting to gently close and finds themselves wanting to drift comfortably asleep. And as they drift comfortably asleep, so they begin to drift into a dream. And while drifting into that dream, they notice themselves up on a branch of a tree, gazing out over the most beautiful field of sunflowers. And from here up in the tree, they can smell those sunflowers. They can see butterflies and bees flying to those sunflowers, moving around on a sunflower before flying off to the next sunflower. And the field of sunflowers gently waves in the breeze. And the cat is up in this tree on this branch, sheltered by the branches and the leaves overhead from the warmth of the midday sun. And the dappled light of that midday sun shining down through those branches and those leaves dance around the cat as the cat continues to gaze out over that field. And a part of the cat is aware that they've drifted into a dream, and yet another part of them is experiencing this dream almost as if it could be real. And so the cat climbs down from the tree and begins to walk into that field of sunflowers. And while walking through the field of sunflowers, they notice how sturdy the stems of the sunflowers are, and the coolness down here in the shade as they're walking around on the mud on the ground. And they walk through this field of sunflowers until they discover what looks like a rabbit hole. And with curiosity, they begin to walk into this rabbit hole. And as they walk deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole, so the hole gets darker and darker, and as they look behind them, they can see the glow of the entrance, while in front of them is just darkness. And after a while of walking deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole, so the hole is so dark they can no longer see. And so as that cat walks deeper into the hole, they rely on their whiskers to guide them. And they don't normally need to rely on their whiskers, but they walk deeper into the hole, with their whiskers gently touching the sides of the hole. And as they move their head, they almost map this tunnel using their whiskers. And their experience in their mind's eye is that this mapped tunnel is almost like a 3D representation that they can see inside, even though they're just mapping it with the touch and the sensitivity of those whiskers. And they continue on walking deeper and deeper into this hole. And after a while of walking deeper into the hole, the cat notices that the temperature seems to be changing, that it seems to be getting warmer and warmer. And after a few moments of it getting warmer and warmer, so there feels like a disturbance, almost like if the cat could see, there would probably be a haze at this point. And the cat continues on and then passes that zone of disturbance and finds that the hole is calm again. And they continue to walk deeper and deeper into this hole. And as they do, they notice off in the distance just the faintest of glows. And so they continue on walking towards that glowing in the distance. And the glowing gets brighter and brighter the closer they get. And so they continue to walk towards that glowing. And after a while, the cat can begin to notice that beyond that glowing, the signs of shapes out there. But the cat's eyes are currently too acclimatized to the dark, and so the light out there is too bright to see clearly what's beyond the exit of this hole. But as the cat nears the exit, and the hole appears larger and larger in the cat's field of vision, so the cat can look out of the hole, and their eyes can begin to adapt and adjust. And they start to notice that beyond that hole, it looks like some kind of a farm. And the cat eventually reaches the exit, walks out of the exit, and finds themselves in a dry farmland. And there's an old building, and on top of that old building is a weather vane. And that weather vane is moving and pointing towards the wind. Then on the very top of the weather vane, is a small cyclist, and its legs seem to go round and round as the wind blows past that weather vane. And on a large tree outside that house is a swing, and on that rope swing the cat notices a young boy, and the young boy seems to be in their own world, just swinging softly backwards and forwards on that swing attached to the tree. And the cat carefully walks towards that property, keeping an eye on that young boy. And as they enter the property grounds, so the young boy notices the cat, and as they do, a smile comes across their face, and they begin to beckon the cat over, and the cat realizes this is a friendly child, and so they walk over to that young boy. They jump up onto the lap of the young boy, and the young boy begins to stroke that cat as the cat begins to purr and find themselves relaxing deeper and deeper. And after a little while, the cat turns around and looks back in the direction they came, and is surprised to see that they can notice the hole over there, just outside the property grounds, looking like a rabbit hole on the ground in a slight mound of dirt, on the edge of a dusty, muddy field. And they can't see that field of sunflowers, and it seems almost like maybe they've travelled through to a different place and time, but they're unsure of where or when. And the cat jumps off the boy's lap, climbs the tree to get a better look, and the boy continues to beckon that cat back, to stroke that cat. And so the cat descends the tree again, climbs on the boy's lap, and allows the boy to gently stroke them as they find themselves relaxing, drifting deeper and deeper into the experience. And after a while of relaxing, floating, drifting deeper into the experience, a parent comes out of the property and calls the child over, saying that it's tea time. And the cat jumps down off the child's lap, and the boy heads to the house. And the cat follows. And as the cat nears the house, so they can smell the smell of dinner. And so the boy goes in to eat their food, and the cat climbs up and looks in the window and watches as the boy and his family eat their food. The cat thinks that looks so nice, and the boy gestures, calling the cat in. And so the cat heads in through the window. They jump down onto the floor and they walk over to the boy, and the boy passes down some of the food. And the cat eats that food, and after the boy finishes dinner, so the boy heads out into the back garden. And the cat's curious what the back garden's like and follows that boy. And the back garden's very different to the front. The back garden is well kept, has rows of beautiful plants and flowers, has rows of trees, and some trees with fruit on them. And in the middle of the garden appears to be a water feature. And they walk towards that water feature. And at the water feature they notice some birds landing in the water, splashing water over their wings, over their back, dunking their head into the water, flicking their head back, flapping their wings to splash the water around and wash themselves, and drinking a little bit of water while here, before then flying off. And the cat watches, intrigued. After a while, the cat notices the boy has walked down the side of the garden a little bit, and they seem to be almost hiding in a den. And they beckon the cat into that den, and the cat heads in and climbs up next to the boy. And the boy says, "Shh," as they look out of this den towards some flowers. And the cat almost holds their breath with trying to be so quiet. And as they quietly watch, they see the most incredible looking tiny hummingbird fly over to the plant. And the hummingbird seems to almost buzz as it flies, as its wings move so fast. As it lines itself up with that plant and moves very slowly and carefully towards that plant, having a drink from the plant, managing to hover so perfectly before reversing and popping its head into another plant and reversing. And the boy watches this for a while, and the cat watches, intrigued, curious, having never seen such a small bird, or a bird with such skill. And after the experience, the bird flies away. The boy turns around and just sits in his den. He's carving himself some wood with a knife. And while he is, he's just talking with the cat. And the cat's just sitting there listening. And then the cat heads over to the boy, and the boy stops carving and just sits there still talking with the cat softly, while now stroking that cat. And the cat finds themselves as the back of their neck is being stroked, drifting, floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. And as they drift asleep, they twitch a little begin to dream. And they dream of walking through some fog. And as the fog clears, they see a grandfather clock standing there, its hands slowly moving around the face. And then on the strike of the next hour, the grandfather clock begins to sound, marking the time. And something about this dream awakens the cat to resting on the lap of that boy. And the cat notices it's beginning to get dark, so they leave the den, head through the garden. They walk around the outside of the property to the front, and the boy follows. The boy asks, "Where are you going?" And the cat comes over to the boy, knocks the boy with its head, rubs the side of its head on the boy's leg, rolls on its back, weaves between the boy's legs, and walks away a little, as if to say, "It's time for me to now go." And the cat continues walking, and the boy watches and smiles and almost seems to say goodbye as that cat heads back towards that hole, heads down that rabbit hole, and begins to follow this rabbit hole. And after a while, walking in darkness, the cat finds themselves coming out in that sunflower field. In that field of sunflowers, they notice the sun is setting here, but the beautiful orangey yellow glow of the setting sun just helps to accentuate the colours of the sunflowers, and the soft light creates the most incredible view. The air seems to have become so still, so calm, and the cat heads back through this sunflower field, heads to that tree, climbs up the tree, settles down on a branch and finds themselves drifting and floating so peacefully and comfortably asleep. And as they do, they find themselves back where they started, walking through a meadow, aware that the sun here is setting, walking through, and they walk through the meadow. The most beautiful night sky overhead. They find their way back to their home. Once they arrive back home, they settle down in front of a log fire, sounds of the crackling fire in the background, aware of the flickering of the light through their closed eyelids as they begin to relax deeper and deeper asleep. And they think about the unusual dream that they had, meeting that boy, exploring a sunflower field, getting to take a look in that boy's back garden, seeing the hummingbird. And as they think these thoughts, they find that they begin to drift and float, peacefully, comfortably asleep. And while drifting, floating asleep, these thoughts guide their dreams. They guide their dreams to the most pleasant place, to an amalgamation of both previous places, to the most beautiful farmhouse surrounded by fields of sunflowers at sunset, where they see that boy playing in the garden, and in this lucid dream they head over to the boy. It's almost as if time stands still as they play with that boy. And where hours of play just seem to pass in minutes of dream time here, so they can really enjoy this lucid dream. And once they've enjoyed the lucid dream for a while, so they find themselves drifting from a dreaming state into a deep, healing, recuperative sleep. And from time to time during the night, they become aware of their mind, drifting back to that dream, being absorbed in that dream, as if they're spending hours and hours in that dream, enjoying plenty of time, even though in reality it may only be 10 or 20 minutes, before then drifting deeper and deeper into sleep, before then drifting deeper and deeper into a recuperative sleep, and then into the next dream. And they continue this cycle through the night as they drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, awakening the next day feeling so incredibly refreshed, like their mind has processed all their worries and concerns, starting the day with a positive mindset, knowing that they can crack on and have plans for the day, and curious about what will happen through the day, awakening in front of that fireplace, feeling so alert and full of energy. But for now, they just continue to drift, float, and dream deeper and deeper asleep now. So on a winter's morning, towards the end of winter, The cat was lying in front of a fire. It loved taking up its place on the floor, resting in front of the fire. It was a crackling log fire, with the occasional pops and sparks. And the cat would lie there watching the flickering flames dancing in the fireplace, hearing the sound of the fire, feeling that warmth from the fire. As the cat lay there on the most comfortable rug you can imagine, and the cat would feel dozy and would drift off to sleep and drift into that state between sleep and wake, just drifting and floating in a dozy kind of state. And then the cat decides to get up, stretches and arches its back, really stretches, and then relaxes, and steps out, shaking out any last bits of tension as it walks round into the kitchen and around to the back door, and passes through the cat flap. And the cat decides to explore the surrounding area. The cat lives in a house which is on the edge of some woodland, and it walks through the snow, paces through snow, and every now and then the snow seems to be thicker than half the height of the cat, and the cat sinks into the snow and is aware of the warmth that it got from the fire, and the contrast between that warmth and the coldness of the snow that's now on its fur. And there's a certain freshness to the air that the cat breathes in. As the cat takes breaths in, it notices the air going in through the nose and feels the coolness passing down its throat and into its lungs. There's a certain stillness to the air, and there aren't many sounds around. And there's a crunchiness to the snow as the cat paces into the woods. And the cat walks through the woods towards a local stream, and when the cat reaches the stream, it notices that the stream seems to have frozen over. And the ice isn't very thick, but it's thick enough to hold the cat's weight. And so the cat, very carefully, walks on the ice, and it can see the fish beneath the ice. And it pads and paws at the top of the ice, trying to catch the fish beneath the ice. But it slips and slides, its legs go all over the place. And it has to use its claws just to hold on, just to keep upright. So the cat goes back to walking along the edge of the stream in the snow. And it can hear the rustling leaves, see white, flowery snow falling from the trees as a slight breeze passes by. And the cat enjoys this winter weather, enjoys walking along with everything being so white, almost like the colour's been drained out of the world. And yet there's a certain beauty to it. And so the cat eventually finds a bridge that goes over the stream. And it's a stone and brick bridge in the shape of an arch. And the cat jumps up onto the arch, onto the wall of the bridge, and confidently paces across that wall and down the other side. As it travels further and further and deeper into the woods. And while the cat walks, so the seasons begin to change. And the snow begins to melt gently away. And the ice on the stream begins to melt gently away. And gradually, the cat can hear the trickling of the stream. Firstly, a very slight trickling as the ice just starts melting. And the more the ice melts, the faster the stream flows, and the more trickling the cat can hear. And the cat continues pacing along the edge of the stream, on the other side of the stream to where it started, heading deeper and deeper into the woods. And the cat notices little green buds starting to appear in the mud as the snow starts to clear. And those buds start to grow. And it's almost like the world around the cat is moving faster than the cat is. The cat's just taking a leisurely stroll, just relaxing and plodding along, enjoying a journey, enjoying going out for a walk. And as the white disappears, as the snow all melts, the cat can notice the sounds of songbirds starting in the trees. Noticing colours of different flowers that are starting to appear as spring begins to set in. And as the cat walks through spring, the cat can notice the way that the water is evaporating from the ground, turning to a nice, beautiful mist, hovering low in the woodland, with the warmth of the sun. The air is beginning to feel different when the cat breathes it in. It's warmer. It feels different. And the ground is different to walk on. It's starting to become harder. Although where the grass is growing up, it's really soft, like walking on a carpet. And as the cat continues pacing along this stream, going deeper and deeper into the woods, it notices baby deer in the distance, taking their first steps. The cat can hear chirping baby birds in the trees. and the cat's aware it's a time of new life. And then as spring begins to move towards summer, the cat notices that there's an increase in birds and bees flying around. Notices there's an increase in butterflies, and a little butterfly comes and lands on the cat's nose, its wings outstretched, with distinctive, beautiful colours. And it feels so light on the cat's nose, the cat just stops like a statue and holds still for a moment, with its eyes crossed, trying to look at the tip of its nose, almost like it's trying to look into the butterfly's eyes. And the cat and the butterfly hold still for a moment. And then the butterfly flutters its wings and in a haphazard way takes off from the cat's nose and flies away to a flower. And there are flowers springing up everywhere of all colours, all shapes and sizes. And the cat begins to notice the different smells coming from the flowers, from roses, from lavender, the cat thinks to itself that it's almost like a song being played for the nose. And the leaves in the trees are getting larger, and the rustling when there's a breeze is louder. And the twinkling light dancing as it sparkles through those trees, squeezing through past all the leaves to reach the ground. And so the cat continues walking with a sense of wonder, feeling a sense of peace and curiosity, going deeper and deeper into the woods. As the temperature rises, as summer sets in, and now the stream is beginning to lower down as some of the water's evaporating away. And there are lily pads, and there are fish, and there are frogs going ribbit, ribbit. And the cat continues its journey. And the cat finds another stone bridge. And rather than this stone bridge being covered in snow, it's covered in ivy. And the cat crosses the bridge and starts walking back down the other side. Continuing to enjoy the summer sun, its fur getting warmer and warmer, comfortably warmer in the sun. And now the cat notices it's a time of life, of new beginnings. There seems to be a peak of the amount of life there is around. The air is full of pollen. The air is full of birds and bees and butterflies and dragonflies. The woodland is alive with life, and the cat walks along watching in awe at how much life there is as the seasons change. And as the cat continues its journey back towards its home, back along the other side of the stream, heading back down to where it came from, its mind begins to wander and drift to the journey that it's had and the journey it's still got ahead. Then after a little way walking along, the cat notices a single leaf fall from a tree, and it knows that autumn is coming. And then the cat notices how the leaves on the trees are changing from greens to yellows and browns and reds. And as the cat continues walking, so the woodland begins to quieten down as different animals are going and hibernating. Animals are going to sleep, and the woodland sounds are quietening down, and the leaves are changing colour before falling on the ground, and the path that was harder is now crunchy with leaves. And some areas have deeper areas of leaves than others, and the deeper areas the cat flicks the leaves about with its feet as it walks along the side of the stream, and some places it just crunches on the leaves, making a crunching, cracking sound with each step it takes. It's a kind of comfortable, gentle sound to hear. It helps the cat relax as it walks along the side of the stream. And the cat can notice on its fur that the temperature is different, that the temperature is beginning to change, it's beginning to become a little bit colder again. And there are fewer animals around, fewer bird sounds, just the sounds of some robins in the trees, still singing away. And as more and more leaves fall from the trees, so the wood floor becomes brighter as more sunlight can reach the ground. And there's a change in the rustling sounds as branches hit branches rather than leaves hitting leaves. And so the cat continues to walk along the edge of the stream. It can notice its home in the distance. As autumn begins to get colder and colder, and the cat enjoys the change in seasons. There's always something to enjoy about each different season. And while the cat walks, so it begins thinking about what it enjoyed in winter, what it enjoyed in spring, what it enjoyed in summer, and what it's enjoying now in autumn as the cat walks towards home. And then as the cat passes that first bridge on its journey home, it notices a tiny snowflake land on the tip of its nose. And because it's cold, that snowflake holds its shape, and the cat looks at the snowflake on the tip of its nose, noticing the symmetry, being curious and having a sense of wonder at how the snowflakes form and look so beautiful. And the cat takes its paw and pads gently on its nose, on the snowflake, wiping that snowflake away as it continues to walk along back to its home. And while it continues walking home, the cat thinks it's becoming a bit sleepy because of this journey that it's had. And it's aware that the weather's changing, the snow's increasing, the stream is starting to ice over again. And as the snow increases, so the cat's footsteps begin to make that cracking snow sound. And as the cat arrives home, it's got snow on its back, snow stuck to its fur. It pushes through the cat flap, pads its way through the kitchen. And as it walks through this warm house, so the snow melts, and it leaves little pools of water behind it while it walks. And it walks back to that rug in the living room, and it turns around and snuggles down in front of the fire. And the damp fur begins to dry under the warmth of the fire. And as the fur dries, so the cat begins to feel sleepy. The cat begins to drift off comfortably asleep, twitching a little bit in its legs as it drifts off comfortably asleep. And while the cat drifts comfortably asleep, you can hear that relaxing, popping, crackling log fire in the background. Through its closed eyelids, you can notice the flickering, twinkling light from the fire, and feel that warmth. And the cat finds itself just drifting off gently in a dream. And the cat begins to dream about the day it's just had, about its journey through the seasons. It begins to dream about how it went out through the cat flap. It begins to dream about how it walked through the snow, how it went over the bridge, how it enjoyed springtime and enjoyed seeing baby animals. Enjoyed seeing the explosion of colour of the flowers. Enjoyed walking into summertime and having that warmth and having even more flowers and thick green trees and fresh clean air. And enjoyed going over the other bridge and its journey back, and enjoyed the transition into autumn, and the cat drifts deeper and deeper asleep, deeper and deeper relaxed asleep, as it enjoyed the first fall of a leaf, followed by the other leaves falling, and then walking through crackling leaves and kicking leaves around. And then that moment when the snowflake landed on its nose. It was nearly home. And the onset of winter, and how something about the snow and winter made everything seem so quiet and so peaceful and so relaxing. And by the time it had thought about the whole journey and made its way into the cat flap and thought about what it was like in those last few moments, coming over and sitting back down in front of the fire, the cat drifted comfortably asleep and just carried on dreaming and enjoying a good night's sleep. I'm just going to tell a story about a kitten. And this kitten lives in a little cabin in Scotland. And one snowy day, the kitten's resting in front of the fire, and they're having the most incredible dreams, the legs gently twitching as they imagine running around. And then they hear the sound of their human preparing some food. So they quickly jolt awake, as if that sound triggers something inside them, and they can smell the food being prepared. And they walk through to the kitchen, and on the kitchen floor, in the kitten's eating space, the kitten sees a haggis resting on a plate. They can feel their mouth beginning to water as they smell that haggis. And they approach the haggis. And in the most careful way, this little kitten uses their first claw to carefully cut that open. And almost like it's doing precision surgery, the kitten carefully cuts slices, and with the tip of its claw, it pulls out tiny slices and slides them onto a separate plate. And the human just stands and watches, always amazed at how this kitten seems to think that it's always fine dining. As that kitten carefully cuts the perfect slices for its mouth and eats those slices of haggis. And the haggis is almost the size of the kitten, and yet the kitten seems to manage to eat half of it in one sitting, before tootling over to the human and looking up at the human as if to say, "Can you save the rest for me for later? I need to go and burn off what I've currently eaten." And then that kitten heads outside through the cat flap and tries to almost tiptoe through the snow outside. But each step, it just sinks through that little bit of snow. But it continues to try to tiptoe. And the kitten goes on its walk through that snow. It can notice how the sounds are dulled by the snowy environment. How the light is dimmer with the grey clouds overhead. The air smells fresh. And there's the crunching of each footstep that kitten takes. Like really tiny little crunches, almost like walking on individual crisps. And as the kitten walks through the snow, so they begin to wish that it was a little warmer, that they're going out for a walk, but they wish it was a little warmer. They start to think of what it would be like to be wearing mittens, because they've heard that you can buy mittens for kittens, and they like the idea of being one of those kittens in mittens. But they didn't know how well that would work, walking in the snow. They worried that their little mittens might gather up all the snow. The snow might stick to them and make it harder to walk through this snow. And so they continue, walking around the outside of this garden. And as they walk around out in the snow, outside their home, walking through the garden, roaming around. The human exits the property, and they're wrapped up in their thickest coat, and they've got their mittens as they walk out, and they slide their hands into their mittens. And they head round to the shed. They carefully open the shed. And inside the shed, they pull out a partially carved bit of wood. And standing that in the garden, they continue to shape and carve that piece of wood. And the kitten stops for a moment to watch them, curious what it is that they'll be carving, trying to work out what it looks like it's becoming. And they watch for a little while, seeing the person chipping bits off, just carefully sliding bits of wood off, almost like shavings of wood. And the person seems to get so absorbed in what they're doing, as if they're lost in their own world. And the kitten continues to explore around the garden, trying to burn off some of that food before they head back to the house. And they head into the house. And they sit themselves down in front of the fire, allow themselves to begin to warm up. Before tilting back into a seated position on their back two legs, closing their eyes, imagining themselves in a yoga pose like they'd seen on the TV. And they focus on keeping their balance. And as they focus on keeping their balance, feeling the warmth of that fire on their face, on their fur, feeling the way they move ever so slightly while keeping their balance, hearing the crackling of the fire, they begin to drift into their own little reverie. They drift inside their mind, focusing on the idea of maintaining balance. And as they focus on that idea of maintaining balance, so they start to hear the sound of rollerblades. And they find themselves rollerblading along the promenade of the most beautiful beach, gazing out on a summer's day over the sea, over the sand, the blue sky, hearing birds overhead. Passing all these humans that are much larger than they are. There's a little kitten with the rollerblades on its back feet, rollerblading along that promenade, the sound of each push of the rollerblades on the ground, the feeling of the breeze on their fur, the warmth of that sun, saying hello in a kitten's squeaky meow to every person they pass, thinking that they look so cool. And they do twists and turns and they see a little skate park. And there's no one in the skate park, so they decide to rollerblade into the skate park. And they speed along, they do some backflips. They try and grind along a bar. And they almost fall when they turn it into something cool and make it look like it was on purpose, as they bounce on one front paw and land back on their feet. And as they continue along the promenade, they suddenly find something glistening and glinting that catches their eye and draws them towards it, as if it's somehow reflecting light straight at them. And as they get closer, they can hear a boombox, but all they can really make out is the beat coming from that boombox. And next to it, they see this 6-foot robot dancing. And they imagined that it would dance like when you say to a person to do a robot dance, but instead it's dancing so much more fluidly, and it looks incredibly heavy and yet seems so light on its feet. Jumping both feet apart, toes pointing slightly out, flicking the heels out, bending the knees, launching, twisting, landing, facing forward again, seemingly moving every part of their body. Managing to make sure that there seems to be no part that remains totally stationary. Every part is moving to the music. And they stop captivated by this dancing robot, along with many others. And as quick as this robot seemed to have started dancing, it seemed to suddenly stop. And once it stopped, people started putting money in a box that was in front of this robot. And it was almost as if once there was a certain amount of money placed into that box, the robot was happy to start dancing again, and the music would start, and the robot would dance. And once the kitten had watched that robot a while, and realised the robot seemed to only have one dance routine they knew, they did it really well, but they only had one dance routine. They carried on along the promenade, wondering what else would be along here. And they saw someone dunking rope into soapy water, and carefully with 2 hands pulling that rope out of the soapy water, carefully waving and parting that rope to create these really long flowing bubbles with rainbow colours spiralling along the bubbles and catching the sunlight, before eventually the bubble would burst. And almost in slow motion, you could see that bubble bursting until it's just to a point of liquid that would drop to the floor. And they continued along the promenade until they reached a turning, up a hill and into some woodland. And they took off their rollerblades, put them in a little backpack, placed that backpack back on their back, and walked on all fours up into the woodland. And as they walked up into the woodland, so the sounds were left behind them of the beach, the seabirds, of the people on the beach and the promenade, of that boombox in the distance, the sound of the water rolling into the shore. They started to hear the sounds of songbirds, sounds of the rustling leaves. They walked deeper into the woods. They turned off the main path. Wandered among the trees. Noticed how it got darker among the trees, but the sounds of the rustling leaves got louder. They didn't know where they were heading. They were just exploring. And as they walked, they could hear their tiny little footsteps on the forest floor. And the trees seemed to become more dense, until all of a sudden they saw something they'd never noticed before. They saw what looked like a tree, but no ordinary tree. It was many, many times wider than the other trees around here. It was almost like a wall in the forest. They were curious by this. They walked to that tree. They ran their claws of one of their paws around the tree, feeling the bark of that tree, as their claws bounced along that bark so gently. And they walked a little way round the tree, realizing it was so wide. It was so high they couldn't see when they tried to look up, all the way to the top. So they ended up, once they got round to the other side of the tree, lying on their back, having removed the backpack, resting their head on the backpack, and looking up to try and see the top of the tree. And even then they couldn't see the top. They could just see that there were branches and leaves way up there, towering so high over the rest of these trees. They wondered how anything managed to grow down here so close to the tree. They wondered how deep the roots went. And they had tried climbing trees before, but weren't sure whether they could ever climb something like this. And they started digging their claws in and trying to shimmy up the tree a little bit. They could see what looked like a hole in the tree. They wondered whether perhaps it was caused by a woodpecker or some other bird or animal. And keeping their stomach as close to the tree as they could, and their forepaws as wide as they could, and almost pinning their cheek to the tree, they carefully shimmied up that tree towards that hole. And as they reached the hole, they carefully reached in with one paw, then the other, and pushed their head in, and then pulled the rest of their body through. And once inside the tree, they allowed a few moments for their eyes to adjust, their eyes to get used to the darkness inside this tree. And there seemed to be a slight glowing inside the tree. Enough just to see that there were steps rising up the centre of the tree. As they started ascending those steps, and the wooden steps clinked and clunked under each footstep as the claws tapped on the wooden steps. And that tapping gently echoed around the inside of the tree. And they continued to climb higher and higher. And after what seemed like an incredibly long time, they started to see daylight. And then they came out of a hole at the top, near the top of the tree, that led to a small platform resting around the branches. They walked out onto that platform, and they could see over the whole forest. They could see over to distant mountains. Looking the other way, they could see the ocean and the beach. And they realised they were so high up. They could feel the slight swaying of the tree from up here, and feel the breeze on their cheeks. And then an owl landed next to them with a hoot and asked them who they were and where they came from. And they explained that they were walking along the seafront, along that promenade. They turned into the trees and they found their way here. And the owl said, "You look like you're going to get a little cold up here. It's rare for kittens to be this high." And the owl gave them this tiny little tie-dye shirt with bold, bright colours. And they slipped that on over their front paws, over their head, and onto their body. And they thought they probably looked cool in their shirt, but had nothing to look in to find out. They knew that it was exhausting work climbing up here, but it was definitely chillier all the way up here than it was down at the bottom of the tree. And the owl said that there's a secret up here, if you're willing to find it. And then it stepped back a few paces, and with its head it appeared to gesture. And the cat walked around the platform, looking for what was gestured. And as they walked around, they saw that there was a slide, and it looked like it spiraled down through the tree. And the cat asked, "Is that what you're talking about?" And the owl just hooted. And so the cat jumped into the slide and spiraled in that slide down through the tree. And the cat felt like this slide was going on and on and on for so long. It seemed like it was going on longer than it took them to walk to the top, climbing the stairs. And some light was somehow getting into this slide, keeping it lightly illuminated as they spiraled down deeper and deeper into the tree. And after a while they started getting suspicious because they still seemed to be going further and further down into the tree, even though they should have reached the bottom already. And they continued descending until eventually the spiralling calmed down. They started to slow down their descent. The spiral straightened out, and they slid off the slide and found themselves in a cave deep underground. And inside this cave they could hear the sound of the ocean, and they realized that some water must be getting into the cave from the sea. That it was as if maybe there's an undersea cave, and the water gets shunted from out in the ocean and into the cave, splashes up somewhere in the cave, and it could be heard reverberating and echoing through the whole cave. They could feel and taste the slight sea air, that slight salty water air inside this cave. And they could see what looked like glowing mushrooms illuminating the cave walls with the most beautiful electric blue glow. And with curiosity they began to explore, and they found the most incredible thing. In a corner, against what seemed just like a browny black wall, was a 4-leaf clover, somehow growing. And there was no other greenery down here, and yet there's this 4-leaf clover. And they carefully reached down, and with a claw they picked that clover. They took their backpack off, and they placed that clover on the outside of their backpack, as if to give them good luck. And using a needle and some thread, they just carefully sewed around the stem of the clover just to hold it in place on their backpack, before putting that backpack back on their back, and then continuing to explore this cave. And as they explored, so the sound of the ocean got louder. They realized they must be working their way down in the direction of the sea. Until they found their way to a bit of cave where it looked like there was a lake. And that lake kept rising and falling, as if the water is getting pushed in, and it rises and then pulled back out as the lake falls. And they could see a faint glow of light shining in through the water at the back of the cave, and then bouncing around in the water, and gently illuminating this bit of cave and gently illuminating this lake. And they can see the way the water in this lake, as it shunts in and pulls back out, seems to be just wearing away some of the soil at the edge of the cave, and they see what looks like a dinosaur tooth. And they go over and they carefully pick around that tooth with a claw. And the way it looks almost like a rotten dinosaur tooth. It's almost like it's totally withered away. But they know that the actual remnants of a real tooth are probably long gone, and that it's more water damage that's been happening more recently on the remains of the fossil. But they still find this interesting and carefully pick that tooth out of the ground, carefully uncover it, while also trying to avoid this water that keeps coming in and back out again. And they manage to get some water on the fossil once it's collected, just to remove some of that mud before backing away from the water, to place that into their backpack. They feel like they're getting a good collection of items here, making this journey worthwhile. And they wonder what their route is to take back to where they need to go, to get back outside of this cave. They can see daylight through the water below, but they wonder whether they could hold their breath long enough to swim down through this water that's coming in at them, maybe diving in just as the water is pulling out. And maybe that way it would almost suck them out of the cave. But then they wonder whether they're a strong enough swimmer, so they decide to look and see if there's an alternative route. And as they continue exploring, they see what looks like a rabbit hole. But instead of a rabbit, they see a turtle. And this turtle is pushing the soil back while trying to push forward through the soil, almost like it's trying to dig its way out of here. And the little kitten follows that turtle and asks what it's doing. It says it's digging its way out of here. It's nearly there. And the kitten feels that they're probably a lot further underground than the turtle realizes. And the turtle says they can smell such things. They know they're nearly there. So the kitten offers to help. And it's muddy work, but the kitten uses its claws to carefully help dig this hole, following the instructions of the turtle. And the turtle happens to be right, that they break through and come out a little way up from the beach. And the turtle thanks the kitten and begins to flop its way along the beach, trying to power its way down to the sea. While the kitten goes to some grass and starts rolling around on the grass, and rubbing its paws in the grass, trying to dry itself, clean itself off a bit from the dirt it's got over it. And then it hears what sounds like circus music or fairground music, and realises it's come out so far along the beach that it's near the pier. And so that kitten heads up onto the pier, walks along that pier, looks down between the slats of wood at the sea rolling in below. You can see the lights of the pier, the lights of the different amusements, the sounds, a Ferris wheel on the pier, tents on the pier with different games. And as they walk along, so someone looking like a wizard in a purple robe approaches them, leans down and says, "We're looking for some fellows like you." And the kitten feels like they're not quite looking at them. And then this wizard reaches down and carefully picks off some of the fleas from the kitten's back and holds them in his sealed hand. And the kitten wonders what's going on. And they say that they got a little flea circus that needs some fleas, and these will do fine. And the kitten follows that wizard back to their tent. And they place the fleas into the flea circus. And the kitten watches as those fleas, almost straight away, seem to know what they're doing. They start walking a tightrope. They start carrying heavy weights, leaping all over the place, doing acrobatics. And the kitten wondered whether this was the case in the past. They'd imagined that flea circuses were actually not real, that it was tricking people into saying that there are fleas doing these things when actually it was probably mechanical, like something hitting the inside of the base, making it look like something has just jumped, or affecting the tension on some wire, making it look like something has landed on the wire or taken off the wire. And mechanical swings. And yet, here were fleas, genuinely, carrying out circus acts. And the wizard just stood there and smiled, almost as if they were smugly thinking, "You didn't believe that they would do that, did you?" And the kitten thought to themselves, "You're right, I didn't." And just at that point, the kitten felt perhaps they're starting to get a bit hungry. All this exertion. And the wizard seemed to pick this up and invited them through to a part of the tent. And as they walked through, it was almost as if they walked into an alien world. It didn't look like they were in a tent anymore. Instead, they could see rivers of chocolate. And it smelt strongly like chocolate. They could see marshmallow clouds. The grass seemed to be made of the finest, fluffiest sugar, just waving gently in the breeze. And then it started raining, and out of the clouds, the base of them started to turn a dark brown, and chocolate raindrops started falling from the sky. And it seemed almost like there was very little gravity here, because those raindrops were falling so slowly and gently through that sky. And the kitten had that thought of wanting to test this. and so it put its little tongue out and noticed that it was chocolate, designed seemingly especially for cats, landing on its tongue. And the kitten explored and then found that there were pools of milk, rivers of chocolate. And the kitten thought, this seems too tempting, too good a thing. And the wizard said, you don't want to leave here, do you? And the kitten felt there's got to be something suspicious here. Nothing is this good. And so they decided to try and leave. And the wizard said that you can't leave here yet. And the kitten wondered why, and decided to head the opposite way to the wizard. And as this kitten explored, they could hear this humming sound. And so they followed the humming. And they looked back and they could see that wizard just sat there on a bench with a smile on their face, just watching. And they followed the sound of that humming out of sight from the bench, where they found a tree that seemed to be made out of gingerbread. They managed to bite their way into the tree, where some bees flew out of that tree. And these honeybees explained that they do know the way out. And as these honeybees flew out of the tree, so honey started leaking from the cracks in the tree and flowing down on the ground. And the bees said to follow them. And so each of the bees found their toolboxes and went to a solid chocolate dam that was holding back a chocolate lake. And they began to tap on that dam with their tools and chisel into that dam. And they said they're doing so at a very specific point. And then eventually they managed to break through this point in the dam, and the kitten wondered whether the chocolate lake was going to pour through this chocolate dam. But instead they saw daylight and snow, and the bees all flew through. And they squeezed their way through and fell from that gap and gently plopped down onto the snow and found themselves back in Scotland, not far from where they lived. And as they looked up, they could just see clouds above them. And they felt they could see the faintest hint of a hole in the clouds, where they just fell through. And they were curious now whether this was a dream, whether they were still actually doing yoga in front of the fireplace, dreaming this experience. And they head back towards their home. And on their way back towards their home, they see this one most beautiful red rose managing to break its way through the snow. And they pick that red rose as they journey back, something to leave in appreciation for the human they live with. They arrive back at their home. They see that the human has nearly finished with their sculpture. They find their way inside. And they see themselves in a yoga position in front of that fire. They go over just behind themselves, and they know that they are there dreaming that they're stood behind themselves. While they're stood behind themselves, feeling like themselves, looking at that them dreaming. And then they close their eyes and imagine themselves walking forward into themselves. Before opening their eyes and finding themselves just meditating in a yoga position in front of the fire. But they realize they're now wearing a backpack that they didn't have on. They take that backpack off their back, and they see on the floor next to them is a rose. And they place that rose on the kitchen counter. They see that four-leaf clover on the backpack. And yet they know that backpack was only in their dreams, not something they've ever really owned. And so they walk outside. They walk around in the snow. They begin to have a feeling of connecting with the here and now, connecting with their reality again, almost waking themselves up with that fresh air, feeling alert, making sure that they feel one again. And they watch as the human continues with what they're doing before they go and put the sculpture back, having decided they've done enough work for now, into the shed. And then the human sits themselves down on a bench, just resting after that hard work, wrapped up in their warm coat with their mittens, wrapping their arms around themselves, tucking their elbows in, keeping themselves as warm as they can. And they can see the human taking some deep breaths and seeming to just center themselves and calm themselves down. And then after a little while, that human walks across the garden, heads into the house, makes them both something to eat, and notices how dirty their cat has got, and so runs a tiny little bath for them in a bowl, and sees the strangest thing, that they're wearing a tie-dye shirt, and wonders where that came from, but takes that off them and plops them carefully into that bubble bath, and gently massages their back, their shoulders, the top of their head, and carefully washes and cleans them, and takes them out of that bath, and smiles at the strange look on their face as they're soaking wet there, with some bubbles on their forehead and between their ears, and then dries them off with the fluffiest towel that they could ever imagine having, and then sits with them in front of the fire as they warm up and dry off. Before they have some final food to eat, and the human has some final food to eat, and then the human turns off the lights, heading off to bed. And they settle down in their bed, and they comfortably drift asleep. And as they drift asleep, so they dream of pleasant experiences. They dream of wandering along a beach again, enjoying some warmth. And as they walk along this beach, they get distracted by a different smell coming from one of the groups of people sat down, enjoying the setting sun around a campfire on the sand. And they decide as they fall asleep, perhaps I'll go and wander over and see what these people are like, what they enjoy. And the closer they get to these people, the deeper relaxed they feel. And the deeper relaxed they feel, the closer they approach those friendly people sat there, enjoying the campfire, listening to the gentle roll of the waves on the shore. As that sun sets, the moon rises, and the stars twinkle overhead, and the little kitten falls deeper and deeper asleep. And as you begin to relax and drift asleep, so I'll just tell this story in the background. And it's a story about a little kitten. And this kitten is sleeping in front of a fire. And with its eyes shut, breathing in and out, relaxing in front of that fire, the kitten can hear the crackling of that fire, can hear other sounds in the room, can feel the comfortable warmth of the fire. And while that kitten sleeps, so the kitten begins to twitch. And as the kitten begins to twitch, so they begin to drift into a dream. And the kitten twitches and drifts and floats into a dream, drifting and floating asleep in a dream, imagining themselves running around in a garden. And they're chasing after a ball, and they run around and jump on the ball, and they attack the ball, and they roll on their back with the ball. They flick the ball into the air, and then they catch the ball as it comes back down. They hold the ball with their front legs while kicking at it with the back legs and playfully biting at it, and then letting that ball go and running towards a tree and jumping up at the tree, grabbing onto the tree and shimmying up the tree, shimmying up that bark and climbing up to a branch. And then the kitten walks out on that branch, walks out on the branch above the leaves of that branch, walking all the way to the end of that branch, noticing how the branch sways more with each footstep, the closer to the end of the branch the kitten gets. And then at the end of the branch, the kitten slumps down and relaxes in that tree and just gazes out over the garden, gazes out over that garden, feeling that slight swaying of the branch, feeling the breeze on their face, feeling calm and relaxed, having fun and then relaxing, and just watching the world go by, from this point in this tree. And the kitten looks around and the kitten looks up, can see the tree extends much higher above them. And they see some children playing in the garden, playing with a ball. And they're curious watching those children, hearing the sound of the ball when it gets kicked, hearing laughter, feeling the cool breeze and the swaying of the tree, noticing the blue sky, the green grass, the way those children are having so much fun. And the kitten watches for a while, and then looks over into a garden over the fence, and sees a couple of people lying back in chairs, reading books in the sun, and looking the other way, sees someone down on the hands and knees doing some gardening, and notices how life is ticking by for all these people as they just relax in the tree. And they start to wonder what it would be like to go on a little adventure of their own. So they start looking around the branches of the tree, and they see that a few branches up, there's a branch that reaches over the back fence at the back of the garden. And off the back of this garden is a meadow and some woodland. And they decide that they want to go on a little adventure. So they climb up a bit higher in the tree. They climb up to that branch, carefully walk along that branch, walk over the fence, looking down at the other side. And they feel a bit high up, and they look down and they think about what that drop will be like. And they start wondering whether it's too high, whether they'll hurt themselves, because it looks higher than it really is. And they give it some thought, and then they start worrying and thinking they don't want to hurt themselves, they don't want to try. And they can see off in the distance in the meadow that there's some people running around, throwing a stick for a dog. They can see birds flying over the woodland, and they're here, out on this branch, worrying about dropping down to the ground. And it's a bit higher than the fence, and they know that they've dropped down from the fence before. They've jumped down from the fence into the garden. But for some reason, being out on a limb makes it seem much further down. And then the kitten closes her eyes, focuses on breathing in and breathing out, making each out-breath longer than each in-breath. Breathing in and breathing out. And the kitten relaxes its muscles, thinks about all the times it's jumped down from the fence, opens his eyes, and then lets itself drop down onto the ground below, landing in the grass below. and the grass is taller than the kitten. And the kitten crumples that grass as it lands safely on the ground and tries to carefully walk through that grass. Tries to carefully walk with grass poking up into its nose, twitching its whiskers, poking into its belly. And it tries to push its way through that tall grass. And then the grass thins out a little. And the kitten starts walking out into the meadow, and the grass softens. And the kitten notices different meadow smells, different plants, notices the way that bees are just relaxed, flying from plant to plant. Butterflies are just relaxed, flying from plant to plant. And they just relax, walking through the meadow. And as they carry on walking through the meadow, so they hear a noise off to the side, a scurrying noise. And with curiosity, the kitten decides to investigate. The kitten walks through the long grass, pushes through the long grass to investigate the rustling noise. And then the kitten sees a little twitching nose and pushes and moves over towards this little twitching nose they can see through the long grass and startles this creature. And the kitten doesn't know what it is. And the creature jumps back and curls up. And the kitten arrives at that creature and goes to nudge it with its nose. But as it does, it jumps back, as the fur on this creature seemed to stab it in the face. And the kitten's curious by this and explores this creature and carefully pushes the creature around, and the creature's like a ball. And the kitten pushes this creature around, trying to find out what it is. And then notices that this creature kind of has its own protection. It can curl up and have its spiky body protecting it. And so the kitten backs up and lets the creature know that it's perfectly safe. It's no threat to the creature. That they're just out on an adventure to explore this area. They want to go and have some fun like they see everyone else doing. And the creature unrolls itself and explains that they're a hedgehog, and that they get quite scared quite easily, so they have to roll up and become prickly and keep themselves safe. And the kitten explains that they're no threat and asks if the hedgehog wants to come along with them on their adventure. So the hedgehog and the kitten start going on an adventure. The hedgehog's a bit worried about this, worried about what if something goes wrong, what if there's a threat or a risk. But the kitten bravely says that they're there, so it'll all be okay. and Hedgehog and the kitten walk through the meadow, push through the grass. Some of the grass is long and spiky and quite solid, and the hedgehog keeps on eating bits and pieces, occasionally just sucking up worms. And other grass is soft and green, and they walk towards the woodland and walk together into the woodland. And the hedgehog and the kitten have never been this far from their homes, and they continue exploring. And as they walk into the woodland, so they notice the way the temperature drops. Notice a subtle breeze that blows through the trees. And the kitten notices the way the breeze blows on its fur, the way the breeze moves its whiskers. Notices the change in the way the ground feels, from the grass to a more solid muddy ground while walking into the woods. And the kitten and the hedgehog look around themselves. They look up and notice the canopy above them, the way the sun's rays shine through the leaves and dance on the ground in front of them, creating rays in the sky as they catch dust that gets blown up by the breeze. And they carry on walking deeper into the woods. And while walking deeper into the woods, they just chat and walk, and they get to know each other. And the kitten realizes that having a companion, having someone to talk to, or a friend, sharing experiences, they like that. They're used to being alone. When their owner goes out, they just run around alone. They spend a lot of time alone, and they realize they like having a companion around, like having a friend, like having someone to talk to share things with, to share experiences with. And the kitten and the hedgehog chat. They talk about the sort of things they do every day. Different thoughts that they have, different ideas that they have, as they just continue walking deeper into the woods. And they can hear rustling leaves, they can hear the distant sound of a stream. They can hear the sounds of birds singing in the trees. As they walk deeper and deeper into the woods, and the deeper they walk into the woods, the more the kitten starts thinking about that sound of the stream. The kitten recognized the sound, but had never actually visited a stream, and so decided that that's where they would head. That would be their adventure, to find this stream. So the kitten and the hedgehog veer off the path and start cutting through the trees, heading towards that stream. And after walking for a while, feeling calm and relaxed from listening to the sounds around them, and how relaxed everything seemed to be, they found themselves at a bubbling stream, and they watched the way that water bubbled past. And they walked right to the water's edge. And at the water's edge, the kitten could smell that water. And closed its eyes and listened to the sound of that water as it flowed past. Almost like trying to become one with the world around them. And the hedgehog walked straight into the water and started swimming, started paddling along in the water and splashing and sploshing in that water, and seemed to really be enjoying themselves. And the kitten put a paw in the water and was uncertain. They didn't know if they really liked this water. And they took the paw out and they put the other paw, front paw in, and took that paw out. And the hedgehog called to the kitten to say, "Come in here. It's okay. You'll have fun." And it wasn't very deep water, just a bubbling stream, just gently flowing. So the kitten walked gently into the water and thought the feeling of its fur becoming wet was an unusual feeling. Could feel that water as it moved up the legs, as it touched the kitten's belly and then moved up the kitten's side. Could feel almost like the line of water moving up its side as it walked deeper into the water. And then as the kitten carried on walking, suddenly it noticed its feet were hardly touching the bottom of the stream. And it noticed that it bobbed up and down a little and became weightless. And then started flicking its paws back under the water and realized it was swimming. And the kitten held its chin out the water while swimming around tentatively to start with. And then while continuing to swim, the kitten gained in confidence. And the kitten started chasing the hedgehog, and the hedgehog started chasing the kitten. And the kitten started to have fun in this stream, and realizing that this water isn't so bad, isn't scary like they thought it was, that it might feel unusual on the fur when you first get in, but once you're in and having fun, it's a pleasant experience. And the kitten dived down under the water, noticing how the sound changed when it got its head under the water and its ears under the water. Almost like the sound suddenly disappeared and a deeper sound was temporarily there, with just a bubbling sound in the background. And then suddenly the sounds around sprung to life as the kitten's head popped back up from under the water. And the kitten continued splashing and playing, and the hedgehog continued splashing and playing, as they enjoyed swimming around in the stream. And they swam with the water, and they swam against the water, noticing the way that it feels different when you have to swim harder upwards, upstream compared to downstream. And the kitten practiced swimming from one side to the other. And then after a while, the kitten and the hedgehog decided to exit the stream and carry on walking. So they left the stream and they carried on walking, and while they walked on the sunny side of the stream to allow themselves to dry out as they walked. And the kitten thought to themselves what an unusual feeling it was to have your fur drying out, to have it go from heavy to gradually getting lighter and lighter as the water drains out of the fur and evaporates from the fur. And they continued talking with each other while walking along the edge of the stream. And after a while of walking along the edge of the stream, they noticed that the ground began to slope downwards as that stream began to turn into small waterfalls. And they continued following the stream, walking down that sloping ground. And they could see that the stream was leading down to a lake. So they continued following that stream down towards that lake. And they'd never been this far from home. And they found this exciting. They were gazing out down over that lake. They could see some deer drinking at the lake's edge, see the way the woodland circled around the lake. They could see across the tops of the trees down there, in the blue sky and the warm sun, and the green grass and meadow flowers, and that running water. And the kitten and the hedgehog continued their journey down to that lake and decided this was the most beautiful lake, the most beautiful sight they'd ever seen. They'd never seen anything like this. And at the lake they could hear children playing, they could see some children throwing stones into the water. They could see someone out on a boat, just a rowing boat, a little rowing boat, rowing out in the centre of the lake. They could see someone taking photos of the lake. And all these people seem to be having so much fun. And there seemed to be harmony with nature, with ducks and other birds on the lake, with humans around the lake, with deer down by the lake, all together. And the kitten and the hedgehog decided to find a spot by the water's edge. They'd been on a really long walk, they'd had a swim. They decided it was now time to take a moment to relax. And they relaxed down on the edge of this lake, listening to the way the water lapped onto the shore, with really gentle waves, with a certain stillness to the water. And they relaxed on the shore, and the kitten closed its eyes and felt the warmth of the sun, and just focused on its breathing and relaxing, enjoying this adventure. And while the kitten relaxed, enjoying this adventure, they started drifting into a dream. And as they were drifting into a dream, so they felt like there was a healing light, like the sun had become a healing light, beaming down on them. And they felt like this sun was beaming this light down on them, filling their body with a healing light with each breath they took in, almost like they were breathing out anything bad from within them. And while they drifted asleep, they were listening to the sounds around them, feeling this healing light beating through them. And they started imagining what it must be like to be that person on that boat in the middle of the lake. They started imagining what it must be like to be a human, to be holding the oars, to be moving those oars through the water, hearing that water being pushed forwards and backwards. To feel that boat move through the water with each push. To be able to look around and see the shoreline in all directions. What a human's experience of the warmth of the sun on their face would feel like. And the kitten allowed themselves to be absorbed in this thought. And they started thinking about other things that humans do. They started thinking about those children playing on the other side of the lake, and imagined themselves as the girl on the other side of the lake, playing with a friend, as if they're a princess, imagining themselves in a palace. And the kitten had never been in a palace, but could imagine what a palace must be like. And the kitten imagined being that girl, walking through a palace, the sound of the echoey feet, stepping on the concrete floor, walking through the palace. And while the kitten was imagining being that girl, they could hear a helicopter flying overhead. They could hear sounds in the background, reminding them that they're just a kitten in this very human world. And they wondered whether humans ever wonder what it would be like to escape from this very human world for a while. What it would be like to escape into a dream-like place, rather than being a play palace on the edge of a lake with a concrete floor and wooden walls. That echoes with the sound of children playing. Whether humans ever wonder what it would be like to really get away from it all. To leave all these very human things behind, all the technology, and be more like the kitten. And the kitten thought that's an unusual thing to think. Whether humans think, I wonder what it would be like to be more like a kitten, to be more back with nature where you don't have anything other than the experience. And they imagined that a human might relax by the lake, perhaps with just a tent to keep themselves warm and dry and safe from the elements. And while they're warm and dry and safe from the elements, they'd be able to just listen to nature, listen to the water lapping on the shore. Not paying attention to a device. Just keeping things basic, having food and shelter and warmth. And the kitten wondered whether humans ever wonder that. And after a while, the kitten began to wake up and noticed that the humans had all gone, that the sun was beginning to set. They gazed up at the sky as the sun was beginning to set, and they noticed the myriad of stars appearing in the sky, and a streak of dusty stars spread across the middle of the sky. And they gazed up in awe at a sight they'd never seen before. They'd never heard of light pollution, but they knew that back at home they didn't see the stars like this, like they can at this lake. And the kitten and the hedgehog gazed up at those stars and watched them as they started to cross the sky, as the sun continued to set, and the inky blue sky began to turn a darker blue and a black, with twinkling lights up there. And the kitten noticed how those lights in the sky were reflected in that lake. And the kitten and the hedgehog began to make their journey back around the lake, began to make their journey back up that hill. And then they started following that stream back to where they first found it. And as they followed the stream, they talked about the day they'd had, the adventure they'd been on. Talked about how they liked being able to share the experience. Talked about things that had worried them, dreams they'd had. As they continued walking, following that stream, occasionally looking up at the stars, noticing shooting stars, before turning into the woods and being aware that the sound is different at night. There are different animals out at night and different sounds. That although it's quiet during the daytime, the quiet takes on a whole new quality at night time. They walked through the woods, back out to that meadow, walked through the meadow, and back towards the fence at the back garden. And the hedgehog and the kitten said goodbye to each other and agreed they would see each other again. And then the kitten jumped at the wooden fence, dug its claws in and scrabbled up the fence to the top, and jumped down from the top of the fence into the back garden, and walked through the back garden, through the cat flap, into their home, ate some food and then went back in front of that fire, settled down in front of the fire and fell asleep. And then the kitten in front of the fire awoke from that dream, thought it was an unusual dream to have. They noticed that it was now getting late, that it was time to settle down for bed properly. So they went up to their bedroom, they went over to a small little bed by the main bed. They settled down in that bed, closed their eyes and began to drift off asleep. And as they were drifting off asleep, thinking about the dream they'd just had, while they were down in front of the fire, they wondered what dream they would have next. They wondered what they'll learn from their dreams. And as they wondered this, so they just began to drift deeper and more comfortably asleep for the night. And you can find yourself in an antique shop in a quirky small town. And in this antique shop, You're just looking at different items, small little heavy metal ornaments, that smell of an antique shop, the sound of the bell ringing as people walk in and out and the door strikes the bell, and the owner of the antique shop, just behind the counter, with a little bit of headgear on that's got a tiny microscope over one eye. And they seem to be fixing a watch or doing something over there at the counter. And you continue looking around the antique shop. And you notice some really old, worn teddy bears up on a shelf. You pick one of those teddy bears up, noticing how heavy the bear is compared to modern day teddies, and the smell of that old bear. And you feel this kind of urge to just hold that bear beside you, almost holding it, hugging it, just for a moment, before putting it back on the shelf. Just something about the bear made you feel this urge to just hold it that bit closer. And you continue walking around, squeezing through narrow bits in the antique shop, seeing plates in glass cabinets, thinking to yourself that you've got to breathe in. And even though there's a good bit of distance between you and the glass cabinet, something in your head says, I'm going to knock it, I best keep away. Even though you can see that there's no way you could actually knock it. And that it's more of a psychological thing. And you find a bookcase full of old books. And as you pull one of those old books off the bookcase, so a waft of that old book reaches your nose and gives you that pleasant old book feeling. And you open the old book. You feel the cover. You feel the pages as you turn them. How stiff, how thick those pages are. You run your fingertips down the page and can feel the text on the page. You read the date of 1786. You have a look at a couple of the pages, at the way the book's written. And think about how old that language is now, the differences in how it's written compared to modern books. And you have a little look in the book, see if there's anything in it. One of the beauties of old books is when you find something in the pages of the old book, like a newspaper cutting, or a bookmark, or a little note, or a card. Just something that adds a little history to the book, a connection to a previous owner. Like the fountain pen writing in the front where the owner has written their name. Then you place the book back carry on looking round the shelves, seeing some dolls that at first seem a bit freaky, but then you kind of notice the charm in them. And in this antique shop are some drawers, and you open the drawers and you can rummage through little bits and pieces, old rings, old buttons and brooches, old badges of all sorts. And so you just flick through, have a search through those, the sound of running your hand through them. And then you carry on walking around the antique shop, and you see a thick velvet curtain hanging down and a sign above the curtain identifying that through this curtain are the rarest antiques. So you walk through that curtain into the back part of the shop. And the lights are dimmer back here. The velvet curtain dulls some of the sound from the front of the shop. Makes this area just feel so much calmer, more relaxed. Like the room is so quiet. Then you take a look around, seeing paintings on the walls, and seeing some really old books here. And you find one of the books just seems to get your attention. The slight bit of light that is in this room glistens off the golden edge of the book. So you go over to that book, you open the first page, and you start reading. And as you read down that page, so the strangest thing happens. All of your attention feels like it's being drawn into the book. And you turn the next page, and it's as if everything around your peripheral vision is just getting darker and darker as your attention focuses more and more on the book. And you turn the next page, and you start to hear sounds of seagulls, sounds of lapping water, feeling the warmth of the sun on your face. And you turn the next page, and out the corner of your eye you notice a hint of blue ocean, blue sky, golden sand under your feet. And by the next page, you find yourself on a tropical island. And you look up from the book. You look around, noticing the blue sky, the occasional wispy cloud, birds flying overhead. You look back down and there's no book anymore. It's as if you've somehow been transported into what you were reading. And so you begin to walk along the seafront. That water rolling in across your feet and dragging back out again. And you turn around and look behind you, look all around you, and you notice the tropical trees, their gentle movement in the slight breeze, the tall grass around the trees. And you continue to explore, and you walk up to the grass, rest yourself down on the grass, rest your hands down beside you, gently running your fingers through the grass, feeling its coolness, how soft the grass is. Hearing the rustle of the leaves overhead. And you rest back on your elbows, gazing out to sea, with your head just gently shaded from the sun. And out in the distance you can see some dolphin playing, leaping in the water. And you can almost find that sea hypnotic as it rolls in so rhythmically, with that regular sound of the water rolling in and out, in and out. And as you rest there, so you find your eyes just want to gently shut with that rhythmic sound of the waves. And as your eyes shut, so you become more aware with your ears, hearing those sounds, and then hearing this faint buzzing sound somewhere in the distance. A buzzing followed by a slight pause and another buzzing. And you start trying to work out what that sound is. And you're really curious, so you open your eyes, you walk along the beach, you follow that sound, gently moving your head slightly side to side, following that sound. Allowing the slight movement of your head to help with pinpointing where that sound is coming from in space. And as you get closer to the sound, eventually you catch movement out the corner of your eye. You start walking toward that movement. And you notice the most beautiful hummingbird hovering near some plants, popping its head and its beak, its tongue into one plant, and then managing to back out and then pop itself into another plant, and then back out. And you think about the amount of effort it must take to be able to hover like that. And you get curious by the fact that you can see the hummingbird's body, it's so stationary, and yet its wings are moving so fast. It's just like a slight blur around the body. And you start to think about the idea of slowing down time, what that might be like. And as you begin to think about slowing down time, you notice that that hummingbird seems to slow down its movement until after a moment, its wings just gently slow to a stop. And you walk over to that hummingbird, and you walk around the hummingbird, looking around that hummingbird floating in space, stationary. And you find it an incredible experience to be able to see the way light reflects and refracts on that hummingbird, the changing patterns of colours as you move around. And somewhere you're still reading that book. You've just become so drawn into the story, into the experience, that you're experiencing it as it unfolds. That there's something about this book that does that. And so you continue exploring this island. And you walk deeper into the trees, heading towards the middle of the island. And you don't know how big the island is, but you don't think it feels that big. So you decide to just explore and see if you can reach the other side. And as you explore, so the sun begins to set, and you decide to set up a camp as you reach the other side of the island. You grab some wood, you make a makeshift shelter with the wood, some large leaves, some vines to weave it all together. Some other wood, you dig a small pit, put some of the bits of wood in the pit, other bits on top of that. You create a spark and light that fire. As that sun sets low on the horizon over the sea. And you can see the way the light shimmers on the surface of the sea and the stars appearing in the sky as the sun lowers deeper and deeper, and the sound of the crackling campfire as you sit back in your makeshift shelter. And in your makeshift shelter, you take the bag off your back, and you don't have much with you, but you do have a large bag of marshmallows. You get one of those marshmallows, put it on the end of a stick, and hold it out above the flame, smelling that smell of that marshmallow melting. And then eating that hot marshmallow carefully off the end of that stick. Noticing how strong that smell gets as you move the marshmallow close to your nose. and the feeling of the marshmallow as you have to pull slightly at it with its stringiness and its squidginess as you chew it and eat it, that texture, the taste, the smell. As you relax more here. And then you have another marshmallow and another, until you feel it would be a good time to just relax back and drift off asleep. And so while you begin to drift asleep in your makeshift shelter, you focus your attention on that sound of the campfire and the slightly more distant sound of the waves lapping gently on the shore. And you just begin to drift and fall asleep. And while you fall asleep, feeling the warmth from that fire, you have this sense of walking somewhere incredibly warm. You find yourself walking through a desert. You can hear some chiseling and other work going on in the distance. And you just have this sense that that's where you're walking to. And so you go with the experience. Walking through that desert, getting closer to that sound, feeling like you'd like to get out of the sun. And then as you climb up one dune and look down the other side, you see a camp with some white tents. And you're some way away from the pyramids here in Egypt. And so you head down the other side, head into the white tent, and notice that there's an archaeological dig going on here, of which you're a part of. And they've been waiting for your arrival, dusting bits of pots, finding minor little bits and pieces. But what they've found is a small little sealed space. And they wanted you to arrive to be the one to carefully open whatever's in that space. And so you get yourself prepared. You climb down into the pit. You then, with the help of someone else, remove a stone, a heavy stone, and a puff of air comes out of the chamber behind. You shine a torch into that chamber, and it's only a small chamber, and you can see what looks a bit like an urn at the back of that chamber. And so you put the torch in your mouth, and crawl into the chamber. Take that urn, crawl your way back out again. You can feel the excitement of wanting to know what this urn is. And you take the torch out your mouth. You turn it off, and as you do that, so around the urn, it looks like there's smoke or mist forming. And that forms and gets thicker and thicker. And you pick up the urn, you climb out of the pit. You place it on the ground, and you stand back as that cloud begins to fill the tent. And then you hear a meow. And as the cloud clears, you see the most beautiful black cat sitting tall where the urn was. And around the neck of that black cat is a golden necklace with some rectangular bars hanging down and symbols down those bars. You don't understand what it is you've seen or where this cat came from. And so you tentatively approach that cat. And as you approach, so the cat just starts purring, as if it likes the idea of you getting closer to it. And you get down on the cat's level. You gently reach out towards that cat. The cat tilts its head slightly and moves its head forward slightly, as if to allow you to connect. And you touch that cat, and you stroke just behind its ear and its back, and you feel the warmth of that cat. And you stroke that cat and think it feels just as real as any real cat. And then the cat moves closer to you, standing up and walking. And you back up slightly so that you can sit down. The cat climbs on your lap, turns around, gets itself comfortable, and plonks itself down on your lap. And while it's resting on your lap, with you stroking the back of that cat, feeling its fur, feeling its purring through your legs, through your fingertips, you begin to read the symbols on the necklace round its neck. And as you read the symbols, so you notice that these cats are from Mars, that a civilization started on Mars. And thousands of years ago, this ancient feline civilization needed to leave their planet because the atmosphere was thinning. The planet was getting colder, and so they used the technology they had to create ships to leave, and they travelled to the nearest suitable planet, which was Earth. And they settled down here on Earth. And as they arrived, a primitive, ape-like creature seemed to be in awe of these small, furry animals that came off the spaceship. And so they began to worship them, revere them. And as time went on, they began to spread themselves around, moving out from Egypt, out to other areas, before colonizing most of the planet. And then the person realized that this cat must have somehow been in some kind of stasis. And they'd never thought of cats as being an incredibly intelligent species from another planet. And yet, on reflection, they do seem to get everyone doing things for them. And they wondered why this cat here was in stasis. Who put it here? How long has it been here? And the cat didn't seem to want to really communicate. It just seemed to want some closeness, some attention. And then when it was good and ready, it jumped down off their lap. And it just left the tent. And you get up to follow. But when you leave the tent, you notice the cat has gone. And you decide to try and figure out where. You wonder whether it may have gone over towards the main pyramids. So you start walking towards those pyramids, and then you notice some small footprints in the sand. And the wind is beginning to blow those footprints away, but you get this idea that the cat is heading to the pyramid. So you head over the dunes, and it looks like the cat was travelling quite fast. And so you run to catch up. Then you hear this low rumbling coming from the pyramids as you near them. And you see the cat walking towards the entrance to one of the pyramids. It enters the pyramid, you catch up. The rumbling's getting louder and louder. And you follow, entering that pyramid. And as soon as you enter the pyramid, so the rumbling seems to stop. And you don't think whatever was causing the rumbling has stopped. You just think somehow the sound is different in here. And you're surprised to see that the pyramid is lit up inside. The rocks just seem to be glowing. And so you head into that pyramid to try and find the cat. And eventually you find a space that you don't remember ever seeing before when you've been in these pyramids. It's just a small tunnel, and you crawl through that small tunnel. And then you come out into a room that looks a bit like you would imagine a control room of some kind. And you realise that this is some kind of a spaceship. And you see the cat sat up on a seat, front paws on some controls. And you try and engage in conversation with that cat. But you know the cat can't understand you, just like you can't understand the cat. But you know that generally people understand each other and animals understand each other non-verbally. So you know it's not quite as nuanced communication, but you near the cat, you relax, you look over at the cat, and you start thinking about what you'd like to communicate, and you just get absorbed in the moment. You get absorbed in how you're expressing your communication, in the same way that if you ask an animal to relax, you communicate relax, non-verbally, not just with the word that you say. And so you just hope the cat can understand you. And you get this sense as that cat gazes over at you. A bit like maybe that cat has just smiled at you. And you just have that feeling of that. And then the cat presses a button. And you feel a slight judder. And then you get jolted back a little bit. And you suspect that you've just taken off in this spaceship. And then almost instantly you feel another judder, another jolt. And then the cat climbs down off the seat and just works its way out of that room. You follow it down the tunnel. You follow it down and out of this pyramid, or this spaceship. And you exit into another really hot location. And you suddenly recognize it as being Australia. And you notice there's some red dust around, and you think to yourself that it has a slight Martian-y look to it in this area. And the cat starts heading to Uluru, and when it reaches it, a passage opens up, and the cat just walks right in. And you follow that cat. And then lights come on, similar to when you walked into the pyramid, with rock tunnels where the rocks just seem to light the way. And you follow that cat down one tunnel, then another, until eventually you come out in this vast room. And you see what looks like tens of thousands of urns all around the sides of this room. And that cat runs over to a button, presses a button, and all the urns seem to have mist like before, suddenly surrounding them. And the next minute, you notice all around you the thousands of cats. And they all jump down, climb down into the main chamber. And that black cat comes over to you and sits down in front of you. All the other cats come and sit behind that cat. And the cat lowers its head. You head over to the cat. The cat raises its head as if to make eye contact with you. You get down on the same level as the cat. And the cat pops off necklace, takes a step back and looks down at it. You reach forward and pick that up, feeling the weight of that gold in your hand. And then the cat turns, starts communicating with all the other cats. And then they all start heading out of the rock, heading out to that spaceship. And you're unsure exactly what's happened, what's going on. But it looks like maybe these were all the cats who survived the trip from Mars. That they just needed to be brought out of stasis. And that you had done that for one of them. And then helped that one to rescue the rest. And you follow them back to that pyramid, to that spaceship. You enter as well. It stops off at Egypt and just seems to be stopping to let you off because none of the other cats leave. That cat just looks over at you. You get the message. You leave back to where you can go to the archaeological dig. And then that spaceship rises into the air and you watch it, shooting off in an instant out of sight. You head back to the dig, carrying that necklace. You give that necklace a number. You put it in a box, knowing it's going to find its way to a museum somewhere, or perhaps even just in a drawer somewhere. And you decide that no one would believe you if you told them the whole experience. And then you get this feeling of walking back from that archaeological dig. And as you do, so you have this feeling of waking up on that beach, with the embers of that fire, the sun rising. you decide to liven up the fire a little bit more, have some marshmallows for breakfast, before exploring the rest of this tropical island. And as you explore the rest of this tropical island, so out the corner of your eye, you notice the sea fading away. You start having this feeling of turning pages under your fingertips. And then you find yourself back in that antique shop, back in that area out the back, turning the pages of that book, nearing the end of that volume, and then reaching the end of that volume, turning the back cover. And you have this curious feeling, like the necklace that you imagined, the necklace you saw while reading. You think you've seen that somewhere before. And you don't know whether you've seen it somewhere before and so your brain somehow included it in the story, or whether it was in the story and somehow it's in this shop. And so you head back out of this section, back to the drawers. You start searching through the drawers again. In the back of the drawer, you notice a glint of gold. And you put your hand in. You pull that necklace through. And you realize it is the same necklace as the one found on the archaeological dig. And you wonder whether this is a sign. So you take it to the person at the counter. You have to try and get their attention. They're so engrossed in what they're fixing. You say that you'd like to buy that necklace. And they're so engrossed in whatever it is they're fixing. They just say, yeah, whatever. You can pay whatever you want. And you give them all the money you've got on you. And you leave the shop, with that bell dinging as you open the door, and dinging again as you close it behind you. Walking out onto the street of this quirky town. And you start heading down the street towards a park. And as you walk, so you're looking at that necklace in your hand, examining it. And you can't see any marks on it that show that it was made in some kind of recent time. And you take a look at that on the front and the back. You notice it's got the Egyptian hieroglyphs on it. And you get down to the park. You begin to walk through the park. You pass a person selling some strawberries by the punnet. You buy a punnet of the strawberries, having to use your card, seeing the frustration on their face. You walk into that park, sit down eating the strawberries as you examine that necklace, trying to work out whether anything from your experience was real, whether there really were cats from Mars. And you watch as a raven lands a little way away from you, cawing at you. And you know it's saying, "I want a strawberry." So you throw a couple of the strawberries towards it, and it eats those strawberries. And you know that raven will now remember you, and remember that you're a kind human, and it'll be more trusting of you. And you carry on examining that necklace, and then you put it in your pocket, sit back against a tree, just thinking while you run your fingers on that necklace in your pocket. About whether those cats were real. What that book was that you were reading. What kind of book can draw you in like that? And as you rest there under that tree, so you notice that plopping sound of some rain on the leaves above. You can notice some darker clouds beginning to roll in, and the raven flies away to find somewhere dry to go. So you head home through the park. As you get home, you place that necklace on the side. You sit yourself down in the conservatory. You can hear the rain building on that conservatory as it gets heavier and heavier. And then hear that distant rumble of thunder, seeing the occasional flash of clouds lighting up. Finding that rain relaxing you, almost like the sound is massaging through you, like it's almost massaging your shoulders, your neck. Just that white noise kind of rain. And as you continue to listen to that, it takes you back in your mind to younger times, where you can't go out and play because of the rain, where you're running around and making make-believe play for yourself. Where you're making bubble mixture out of washing up liquid and water, and blowing bubbles and getting soapy water everywhere. Just aware of times where you have to be imaginative and come up with ways of occupying yourself. Like making things with kitchen roll and toilet roll tubes, with cereal boxes, and looking out and seeing the way water runs down a window, where each drip lands on the window and then finds its path. And sometimes having that sense of racing the drips, seeing a couple land near each other, watching them take different paths and wondering which one will reach the bottom of the window first. And the things you used to do to occupy yourself on a rainy day. And then, as that thunder begins to near, you drift out of your reverie. You exit the conservatory. You drift off to sleep in bed, aware that the next day you're going to try and learn more about those cats, whether there's any validity to their existence. Because although you've got this feeling like those cats are just in a story, another part of you says, but what if? What if that experience was real? You have this necklace, so what if the experience was real? And you think that as you drift comfortably asleep. And the next day, you go out, and the first thing you notice is how fresh the air smells after a nighttime storm. How calm the air feels. That enhanced smell of the grass. And you head down to the local village church. And nowadays few people come here when there's not a service or something on. So you have to really struggle to push open the large wooden doors into the echoey church, noticing your echoey footsteps as you walk through the church, and noticing the way the morning sun is shining in the large stained glass window at the back of the church, creating a rainbow of colours across the ground, through the room. With just the most relaxing feeling. And you find it interesting that those colours are settling on the Bible that you go over to read. And you're searching through the book, looking for some references to cats. And you like to do your own manual research, not just Googling everything. So you head from the church down to the library. And the library in this quirky old town is a library in an old building. Not a new library that looks all modern, but a library that looks like books come in and they stay and have done for hundreds of years. And you start searching some of those old books, looking for different references to cats. And everywhere you look, it seems that cats were revered for some reason. And then you think you catch a glimpse of a cat, so you close the book you're looking at, and you head in the direction you thought you saw a cat. And you head all the way to the back of the library, and you see an exit. You go through that exit. and you see a family of foxes playing around out the back of the library. And this black cat just sat near them. And the foxes don't seem to be scared by this cat. And the cat doesn't seem to be scared by the foxes. And you know this is unusual. And as you walk closer to the cat, so the foxes scamper off. And yet, the cat remains. And you walk right up to the cat, and it just watches you, as if it's making eye contact with you. And you sit down on the floor. And the cat rests its head on your leg and starts to purr. And you start to stroke the neck of the cat, stroke the side of the cat. And you ask the cat, even though you know it won't understand you, whether any of this is real. And the cat just stands up and stands tall, as if to say, I'm here in front of you. What do you think? And a smile comes across your face. And as soon as the cat sees that smile, it confidently walks off through the garden out the back of the library, through a fence at the back, and you've no idea where it's going, what its plans are, what your experience really means. All you know is it's something you'll ponder about and be thinking about for years to come, something you'll be researching, wanting to learn more about. And it did let you keep that necklace. But you know no one would believe you if you tried to say where that necklace came from. And after that cat walks away, so you decide to go and have a cup of tea at the nearby cafe. You drink that tea, ponder your experience before heading home as the day draws to an end, knowing you've now got a subject you're going to research for years and probably become obsessed with wondering whether space technology will become advanced enough to allow humans to visit Mars within your lifetime, to see if there's any signs to back up whether this is where these cats came from, and wondering and making yourself chuckle whether there was anything that cats on Earth like. You know cats on Earth run around after rats and mice, and you wonder whether there's anything similar on Mars that perhaps these cats would either be friends with or chase around after. And you know that's a silly idea. But you know it's equally silly to assume that just one species would have lived on a planet. And with that thought, you go to bed, relax down, and you drift and float asleep. Then as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. A story about a lady who has fallen asleep in a meadow. And one morning, as she hears the sounds of birds in the background, feels the warmth of the rising morning sun on her face, she begins to wake up in this meadow. And as she wakes up, so she just feels so calm, so comfortable, so peaceful. And she can feel the meadow beneath her. She can hear the sounds of birds, the breeze, and she comfortably wakes up. And then as she comfortably wakes up, her eyes gently open. And he sees her cat lying beside her on the meadow. And she loved being out in nature. She loved feeling that connection with nature. She would often go out for walks with her cat, and they'd wander out across the meadows. And if it was a nice night, and she knew that it was going to be a nice warm night, she had no problem settling down for the night in the meadow. She would take a blanket with her, then she would just drift off asleep, and her cat would drift off asleep next to her. And now the two of them woke up, and she sat up in this meadow, gazing out over towards some hedges, towards some woodland, gazing out over countryside and hills, and feeling the warmth of the sun rising. And she'd been lying down barefoot, and so now stood up and could feel the grass beneath her feet, the way the grass was cool compared to when she settled down the night before. And she knew that grass would warm up as the day warms up. And the cat was weaving its way around her legs, nuzzling its head against her legs and its neck against her legs. Before plopping itself down on her feet, a bit like its legs had decided just to stop working. So she leant down and gave her cat a stroke, and the cat rolled on its back. And she stroked and rubbed the cat's belly and could feel the fur at her fingertips, the warmth of the cat's body. And the cat kept grabbing at her arm. Without getting its claws out, it would just pad at her arm, playfully. And then it would roll over and let her stroke and tickle another part of it. And she could feel the cat's purring. And she felt that the cat's purring sounded almost like a whisper. Almost like a whisper, like a voice talking to her and communicating with her. And she picked the cat up into her arms held it in one arm while stroking the cat on the belly with the other arm, and could now audibly clearly hear the cat purring, and still felt it sounded like a whisper, sounded like the cat was talking and communicating meaningfully to her, and she felt she had this bond with the cat. And then after a little while, she lifted the cat up a bit and the cat jumped up onto her shoulders. And she slipped her shoes on, picked up her things, and decided to go on a wander. She hadn't eaten yet, so she decided to go on a wander. And so she walked back through the meadow, walked through some cool woodland, and then followed a bridle way back towards the nearby town that she lived in. And the cat just rested on her shoulders, nuzzling at her neck occasionally. Just displaying its love for her. And as she walked, she could feel the firmness of the cat resting on her shoulders, feel the increasing warmth of the sun. And she walked into her beautiful village and headed to her favourite cafe. And in the cafe, she decided to sit on one of the seats outside. And there's a metal table and metal chairs, and the metal chairs were made of very thin metal. And she would look at them and have this feeling like they almost looked like they wouldn't be able to take someone's weight. They were so thin. And they were light. And she sat down and someone came over, asked her what she would like, and her cat jumped down and sat itself down on a chair next to her. And she popped a cushion on the chair and the cat climbed up onto the cushion. And the cat propped its paws up on the table, then rested its chin on the table. And she asked for a pot of tea and some water for her cat. And they went away and came back with a pot of tea and some water for her cat. And her cat started lapping up the water while she got her china teacup. She poured some of her tea. She could see the steam rising from the tea as she sat back, enjoying sitting here, looking out over the beautiful village view. Aware of how quiet and peaceful it was here, how she could just watch the world go by so comfortably. And every now and then she would have a sip of her tea, until after a little while the tea would be gone in the cup and she'd pour herself another one from the pot. and then she'd sit there letting it go cooler, while she just drifts in her mind and admires the world around her. And the cat had finished drinking some water, and she started petting the cat's head, while the cat rested its chin on the table and its front paws on the table, purring as she stroked between its ears. And just above its eyes, just stroking that cat. And she felt there was something healing and relaxing, something calming and peaceful about stroking a cat and relaxing with a cat and having a cat as a friend. She enjoyed the feeling of the fur under her fingertips, the warmth of the cat's body, the friendship of the cat. And after a little bit, the cat moved over and padded around on her lap, curled up into a ball, and rested down on her lap. And while she continued drinking her tea, she stroked the cat and just enjoyed being in the moment, leading such a nice, calm, relaxed life, taking the most of the calmness. Then as she finished her tea, she decided to get up and continue her journey through the village. Decided to continue her journey back home. And so she woke the cat, popped the cat up onto her shoulders, paid for her tea, left the cafe, and continued walking towards her home. And she arrived home at her beautiful little cottage. And the cottage had a white wall on the front. Looked really old-fashioned, was centuries old. Had hanging bright purple flowers with green leaves across the front of the white walls, and had black beams. And the most beautiful garden. And you could tell the garden looked after, and yet it looked wild and natural. It attracted wildlife. And she walked into her house and decided that because the weather was so nice, she would sit outside the back of her house, sit in her garden. Now it was approaching midday. And she would enjoy the sun and enjoy this day. And so she went to a vase of roses that she had in her kitchen on a surface. She decided to take one of the roses from that vase, place it in a small vase that held just a single rose. She took that out with her outside into her garden, went to the table next to where she was going to sit and placed that rose on the table. She then went back into the house, She got herself her book to read. She made herself a cool glass of juice with ice. And she went back outside and the cat followed her. And she sat down at the table, gazing out across her garden, while the cat ran around and played and wiggled its bottom and leapt and rolled it on its back, waving its paws in the air, and wiggled its back on the ground. And she spent a moment just watching her cat playing, and she enjoyed the slight breeze that passed past the rose, bringing a fresh, subtle scent of rose, as she sat drinking her cool drink and could feel the drink passing down her throat as she drank. Could feel how relaxed today was. How to her she was thinking she's making the most of the day by doing nothing of any significance. And yet she was aware that some people might think that she was wasting a day by not going and doing things. She was aware some people see sitting down doing nothing as a waste of a day, whereas she sees sitting down doing nothing as doing something for yourself. And she enjoyed these moments that she had where she could be her own company, have the company of her cat, lead a relaxed moment in life, without hustle and bustle, without worrying about what you're supposed to be doing, worrying about things you have done, or things you should have done, or worrying about what others think or feel, but just being present in the moment. And she felt that situations like this gave her perspective, gave her insight, and helped her to make the best of the rest of her life, even when there were challenges, by being aware of what you have when you're not focusing on the things you have. And after running around and playing for a while, her cat came and climbed up and jumped onto her, curled up and sat on her lap again. And she stroked the cat as she picked up her book and started to allow herself to be drawn into the book, to be drawn into romance, to love, drawn into a story of discovery and growth. A story of realizing what's there that perhaps you've overlooked when you've been bogged down in the busyness of life. And every now and then she'd stop stroking the cat for a moment while she has a sip of her drink. And a little smile would come to her face any time she noticed that she'd stopped stroking the cat for just slightly too long, and the cat would twitch and an eye would open and it would kind of gaze at her as if to say, carry on stroking. And then she'd have this feeling like the cat seemed to smile when she would start stroking again. And as she continued stroking the cat, so she was aware of its breathing slowing down. She was aware of the calming nature of this and how this also led to her breathing slowing down. It led to her finding inner peace and relaxation, as did reading that book, sitting in the back garden, hearing the sounds of birds and animals in the back garden, seeing animals, butterflies, bees, darting from one plant to another, birds occasionally landing in the small pond, splashing water over their wings, having a bit of a drink, before fluttering their wings and then flying off again. And after a little while, she closed her book and decided to relax back and close her eyes for a moment, just so that she could focus her attention more on her garden, on the sounds in the garden, on the warmth of the sun, the feeling of the breeze. And she enjoyed doing that. And she did that for a while, before being awoken when the cat jumped off her lap, and she realized it was time to grab something to eat. So she went and made herself some food, took that outside, sat in the garden, ate the food, brought out a little bowl for the cat. The cat sat down next to her eating their food on the floor. And after eating, she decided to spend the afternoon out in the garden. She continued just to sit there, enjoy the garden, read some of her book, stroke the cat, play with the cat, and just make the most of this day that she has off work. And then as it approached evening, she did the same again. She went inside for a couple of hours to make herself a beautiful evening meal. And the cat just stood at her feet, looking up at her, watching her preparing that meal. And she smiled at the cat. And she prepared the meal, went out and ate that meal out in the garden, thinking this is the most beautiful day, the weather's held out nicely. She then cleared that away and just sat with a drink in the garden as the sun began to set, and just enjoyed her time sitting in the garden in peace, in silence, feeling that it's moments like this that gave perspective on life and what's important and how to de-stress and relax. And she knew that a day of relaxation led to a night of deep, comfortable sleep. And so after the sun had set and she could hear crickets and bats and the change in sounds in the garden, she went inside, got ready for bed and went to bed, and the cat curled up on the bed, and the two of them comfortably and relaxed fell asleep. And you can have a sense of the cat that's walking in the warmth of an Egyptian desert. It's walking on that warm sand, feeling that heat on its fur, and being aware of how comfortable it is with the warmth, walking with confidence, with grace, looking around, seeing pyramids off in the distance, seeing the Nile. And the cat decides to walk towards the Nile, and its feet sink gently into the sand with each step it takes. You can hear sounds in the background, the occasional sound of birds overhead as it walks over to the Nile. And the closer it gets to the Nile, the more it can begin to hear sounds of people milling around the river, working, fishing, talking to each other. And as it arrives at the Nile, so it has a drink of the water, dunks its head a little bit into the water, cools itself off a little bit, shakes its head, shaking some of that water off, rubs its face, and then confidently walks along a wooden path and up onto a boat. And up on the boat it starts exploring. It sees barrels at the front. You can notice the sails currently furled up. People milling around on the boat. And it walks into a cabin near the back of the boat. And the boat begins to move away from the shore. And as the boat moves away from the shore and follows the Nile towards the sea, so the cat decides to take a moment to curl up in a comfortable space and just rest for a moment. And as the cat begins to rest, so the boat travels down the Nile and out towards the sea. And while it's travelling along, so the sun begins to set. And the Nile begins to take on an orangey glow to the surface of the water. And dragonfly hunting above the water, darting left and right, hovering, moving around with incredible maneuverability, moving each wing independently. And birds overhead, sound of an eagle somewhere high up in the sky. A row of camels with people on them, setting off into the desert, perhaps heading off somewhere to set up camp in the desert and go on a long journey. As that boat continues along the Nile, and while that boat continues and heads out to sea, so that cat drifts deeper and more relaxed asleep. And while it drifts deeper and more relaxed asleep, so it begins to imagine itself in a completely different place and time, finding itself creeping and crawling through long grass, with a gentle mist across the surface of that grass. At night time, with moon and stars in the sky, heading through long grass, and then into a forest, and entering that forest and seeing flying, glowing animals, little twinkles of green light, almost like they're turning on and off, communicating with each other. And the cat walks into this mysterious, magical forest, and is aware that its footsteps sound and feel totally different to when it walks in a desert. That it feels totally different to be in this environment at night time compared to the environment in a desert. And as it follows a mud trail deep into the forest, so it can hear the rustling of the leaves in the breeze. It can hear sounds of birds walking around on the forest floor and other animals. And the moonlight shines through the canopy, sending shards of white light dancing and sparkling in the path ahead. And beyond the sparkling light, the cat notices what at first it thinks is like a humpless camel. And as it gets closer, it notices this most beautiful, almost glowing white unicorn. And in awe, the cat begins to walk towards that unicorn. And the unicorn is just tapping one of its front legs, one of its front hooves on the ground, eating some plants on the ground, having to be careful with not knocking its horn on the ground and on trees. And as the cat gets closer to the unicorn, so the unicorn leans down its front legs, lets the cat climb up onto its back, and then stands back up again. And the cat stands tall and confident, balancing on the back of the unicorn as it walks its way out of the forest, following the path towards a lake, and the unicorn and the cat almost seem to have some kind of a psychic connection, almost seem like they developed a friendship at first sight. And as the unicorn gets out into the clearing toward the lake, so it begins to sparkle and glow, and bright white light begins to emanate from its sides. And two pure white wings begin to form out of the sides of the unicorn. And these large white wings, almost like wings of a dove, and the unicorn flaps those wings, makes a neighing kind of sound, bends down slightly, and then launches itself up into the air. And the cat suddenly doesn't feel quite so confident and decides to sit itself down and hold on tight, as the unicorn seems to be galloping through the sky on a rainbow, leaving behind this rainbow of light, almost created by its galloping. And the cat can't work out whether the rainbow's being created first and the unicorn's galloping on the rainbow, or whether the unicorn's galloping is what's creating the rainbow. And the unicorn seems to be having so much fun, swooping down, speeding up, circling round. And after a while, the cat realizes that they can trust the unicorn, and they begin to relax into the experience, and they relax into the uncertainty of the experience. And once the cat relaxes into the experience, so the unicorn begins to take them on a journey of discovery. It begins to gallop up towards some white fluffy clouds in the sky that almost look like cotton in the sky. And as it arrives at those clouds, so the cat notices that high up on those clouds is some kind of a palace. Almost like there's some kind of land up here in the clouds. And the unicorn walks onto the clouds, leans down, lets the cat climb off onto the clouds, and the way the unicorn does it just gives the cat the confidence and the trust that it's not going to just fall straight through those clouds. And so the cat jumps down onto the floor, onto those clouds, and finds that it's like walking on cushions. It's so fluffy and soft, and the cat rolls on its back, stretches itself around, twists its lower body and its shoulders, pushes its face into the fluffy clouds, and then begins to almost skip its way towards the palace. And as the cat nears the palace, so it notices that there's a small lake and there's a moat around the palace, and a bridge between the cat and the palace. And the cat walks over that bridge, and as it does, it looks down into the water, and down in the water it can see holes, almost like the water is in a sieve. And the cat wonders if this is how rain is made. And the cat heads into the palace. And inside the palace, its claws seem to tap on a marble surface and echo around the inside of this palace. And the cat climbs some steps, walks across the softest, most beautiful rug, and sees on the back wall in this palace a picture. And it's a picture of the ocean that's obviously been painted from a cliff. And the cat walks up to that picture and thinks there's something wrong with its eyes, because the picture seems to be slightly out of focus. And so the cat tries to get focus on that picture. And then the cat realizes that there's nothing wrong with their eyes. This picture's vibrating. And so the cat reaches forward with its nose to buff that painting. But as it does, its head passes straight through the painting. And so it decides to step all the way. And the cat steps through that painting, finding itself on a cliff, hearing crashing waves below, seeing a lighthouse off in the distance, along that cliff, and turning round and seeing the picture frame, and through the picture frame is the inside of the palace. And the cat walks to the edge of the cliff, looks over the edge of the cliff, down at the rocks, at the white horses, at the way the sea is crashing against the cliff and on the rocks. And down there, on those rocks, the cat sees a turtle on the shore. And so it finds its way down, heading down a narrow path down that cliff. And the further down the cliff the cat goes, the more sea spray lands on the cat, the more the cat can smell that salty air. And the cat gets down to the turtle and walks over to that turtle. And near the turtle, a woman suddenly walks out of a cave, walks over to the turtle, pets the turtle's head as the turtle lowers its head to her. And the cat's curious about this woman, who she is, where she's from. And so the cat goes to investigate with curiosity. And the woman crouches down and reaches out. The cat climbs into her arms, never one to turn down, being petted. And the woman strokes the cat and holds the cat in her arms. And the cat rolls onto its back. And she tickles and scratches its belly. And the cat purrs in her arms. And she can feel that purring reverberating through her arms, almost like it's reverberating into her soul. And she's never seen a cat before. And she finds the feeling of the animal unusual. She's never felt fur before like this. And she climbs onto the turtle. And she sits the cat on the turtle in front of her. And she holds that cat. And she closes her eyes. And the turtle pushes itself into the water and begins to dive. And the cat's unsure of the experience, and then notices that the woman with her eyes closed seems to be creating an energy between her hands that creates an air bubble around that cat, almost like the cat's in a submarine on the back of a turtle, being held in a woman's hands. And then as that turtle dives faster and faster, so the woman's legs slip from beside the turtle to stretching out behind her. And then they begin to turn into a tail, and the cat's looking back from inside its submarine, inside its air bubble on a turtle's back, at what's happening to this woman who's so calmly resting her hands around that cat, with her legs now becoming a green tail, that she begins to move up and down, swimming in time with the turtle, her hair flowing in the water as she smiles down at the cat. And the cat thinks this is the most unusual experience, and yet exciting and an adventure. And the turtle and the woman and the cat dive all the way down to what looks like a crystal palace under the water that's almost see-through. They dive down to that palace, swim into that palace, and then in that palace, suddenly they enter a part where the water seems to drain away. The woman gets her legs back. They just seem to start appearing again. And the cat is dry and steps off that turtle's back, curious about where they are. And the woman starts talking to the cat, explaining to the cat that it needed to learn something from its adventure, from this whole journey. something about bravery, about going with uncertainty, being comfortable with uncertainty, and trusting those around them, and that they'll need this knowledge. They just don't know when yet. And the cat's kind of listening, but busy curiously exploring this crystal palace. Then after a while, the cat sees that there's somewhere to lie down here. It lies down, closes its eyes, and begins to drift asleep. And as that cat begins to drift asleep in this palace, it starts to wake up on that boat. And the cat can hear the crew on the boat. You can feel the rocking of that boat. And is aware it's back on the boat that it started dreaming on. And the cat was curious about the fact that the dream felt so real. More real than its dreams normally feel. And more unusual than its dreams normally are. Normally the cat thinks to itself that it drifts into a dream and dreams about chasing a mouse, and catching and playing with a mouse, and then letting it go, and then it normally wakes up. And yet, this was like no dream it had ever had before. And the cat walked out onto the deck of the boat, and could see that the boat was entering stormy waters, and that the boat was now far away from the Nile. And the cat wondered how long they'd been asleep for. And the crew were trying to keep control of the boat in the stormy waters. And the cat could see a reasonably large incandescent beetle hanging onto a rope, almost as if that beetle was worried about being thrown overboard. And the cat went over and grabbed the bit of rope and pulled the rope tight and let the beetle crawl down the rope and crawl onto its back. And then the cat, sliding across the deck, trying to keep control of itself, found its way back into the cabin of the boat, crouched down and let that beetle go in the cabin, and hunker down safely in the cabin. And then the cat went back out onto the deck of the boat, and did it in its own way some help for the crew, trying to pull on rope, trying to alert crew to things they needed to be aware of. And then the most unusual thing happened. A penguin leapt from the water, startling the crew, landing on its belly on the boat. And in the water could be seen the fins of some orca whale. And those killer whale just started circling the boat. And the penguin seemed to be scared of those killer whale. And yet the killer whale weren't actually any kind of threat to the boat or the people on the boat. They seemed to be trying to help to stabilize the boat and help to keep the boat on track through the storm. But the penguin thought it best to sit on the boat while the killer whale were around. And the crew, being from Egypt, were totally confused at this sight. And then after a while, the storm began to pass. And the night sky began to return. Stars were visible again in the sky. The water calmed. The crew seemed to relax. The killer whales broke off and headed off into the distance. The crew sat down and rested, and the cat and the penguin investigated each other before the penguin leapt back over the side, and the cat went back into that cabin and decided that it's more peaceful to be asleep. It's less hectic. And so it took a moment to drift off asleep. And the next time it awoke, the boat was back in the river. And so the cat got off the boat, found its way home, settled down in its usual bed, and drifted and relaxed, asleep. I'm just going to tell a story about a cat. And this cat's name is Jazz. And one year, Jazz got scared by fireworks. Jazz was a nervous cat, and the fireworks went off nearby. And Jazz ran away to try and get away from the sound. And as Jazz ran away, so he found himself in a strange area. He didn't know where he was, and he had to start trying to make it his home for a while, until he could find his way back to his real home. And every night, Jazz would fall asleep under a bush, or tuck himself away into a tree. And then one day, Jazz saw somebody walking along. And he was nervous and timid. And he watched as they walked closer and closer. And he tucked himself out of view. And he saw them come over, and then they pulled something out from under their coat. and it was a white teddy bear. And they placed that teddy bear down just outside the hidey hole Jazz was hiding in. And then they turned, they walked away. They stopped and turned and looked back. And Jazz watched them and they watched him. And then they carried on walking. And he went outside that little hidey hole to investigate this teddy. And he reached over with his paw, he pulled that teddy into his hidey hole. And it was so soft, and it felt so comforting. And he pulled it in tight and close, and could feel that teddy against his cheek, under his leg. And for the first time in a while he comfortably and relaxed drifted asleep. And as he drifted asleep, so he began to dream. And he dreamt about walking through a meadow. And as he walked through that meadow, so he could feel the grass tickling on his belly, some of the dandelions knocking onto his nose. He could see butterflies flying from plant to plant, bees flying from plant to plant. He could hear the sounds of birds. And he felt that this was such a comfortable place to be. And as he wandered around this meadow, so he noticed a white rabbit. And with curiosity, because he found himself so much braver in this meadow than he was in real life, with curiosity, he went over to the white rabbit and noticed the white rabbit seemed to have a pocket watch clipped onto their fur. And it seemed to somehow be tucked into their fur, almost like they had a fur pocket. And he found this a bit strange. And as he got close, the rabbit pulled out that pocket watch, flipped the lid open, and started worrying about being late and not being able to find their way. And Jazz offered to help them and asked where they were looking for, where they're supposed to be. And they explained that they've got a party to get to, and it starts at 12, and they mustn't be late. And Jazz asked where this party was, and they said it's in the old oak tree. But they couldn't find the old oak tree. So Jazz and this rabbit went exploring the meadow, searching for that old oak tree. And they could see lots of oak trees, and they're wondering how you know which one is the old oak tree.
And the rabbit was worrying. How do you find the old oak tree when there's all these oak trees here? They all look so alike. And Jazz said that for someone to describe something as the old oak tree, it must stand out somehow. It must look much older than these trees. And they walked into the woods. They began exploring in the woods, cracking twigs under their footsteps, sounds of the rustling leaves overhead, sounds of birds singing in the trees. And eventually they came out in another clearing. And in the middle of this clearing was a tree that looked like it had weathered many years. The tree looked scraggly, had branches sticking in all directions, and had lost some of its form due to age. And in the base of the tree there was a gap that led into that tree. And Jazz and the rabbit went up to that tree, and the rabbit looked at his pocket watch and saw that if this is the right place, they're going to be on time. And Jazz wasn't invited to the party, but the rabbit said, "Why don't you come in? You might enjoy yourself." And the rabbit walked up to the tree, got out that pocket watch, opened the lid, and pressed a button on the side. And suddenly there was a hum and a whir. And then a blue flash. And then the gap in the tree turned blue and hazy. And the rabbit hopped through, and Jazz wandered through behind him. On the other side was a vast, hilly, meadowy area, almost like a totally different land. There was a castle off in the distance, just endless countryside, the most beautiful hills, rolling off in all directions. And behind them was the other side of the portal, with what looked like an identical tree. Almost as if that whole tree exists in both realities. And Jazz didn't know where he was. But could he hear a party going on in the distance? And so he followed the rabbit down the hill, down along the side of a river, hearing that river bubbling along, smelling that fresh water smell, watching the occasional stick floating downstream. They followed that river all the way down to the party. And at the party there was an incredibly talkative turtle, rambling on, talking so quickly. And Jazz found this amusing, that this turtle that's so slow can talk so quick. There was a robin that seemed like it had drunk too much coffee, that would talk to one animal, and next minute leap next to another and talk to them, and then leap next to another and talk to them. And he wondered how they managed to keep track of their conversations. And then there was a caterpillar. And the caterpillar was just talking about how they long for the day when they can become something more, when they can feel like they've turned into something beautiful, how they envy all those butterflies with their beautiful wings, their long legs, their ability to go from place to place while they're still just stuck in one location. But the only way they can move anywhere is to make a very long walk. And all these animals just seem to get on. There was foxes and rabbits. There was birds and caterpillars. There was all sorts of different animals. And then Jazz realised that the reason this is taking place beside the river is because the fish were invited as well, and notices the fish popping their heads out the water. And he found all this conversation going on, the liveliness of this party was just too much, that he preferred somewhere quiet. He loved the idea of having a friend or two, and of spending time with a friend or two, but not having to pay this much attention to this many different friends all at once. And so he excused himself from the party, wandered back up towards that old oak tree. And the further from the party he got, the more relaxed he felt, as all the voices faded into the background. And he was glad they were all having fun, and he was glad he could be helpful. But he was also glad to be leaving the party early, and to be heading back to where's familiar. And then Jazz went through that portal, came out the other side in the clearing, wandered through that clearing, finding his way back to that meadow, that familiar dreamy meadow. He relaxed in that dreamy meadow, and after a while he found himself waking up, holding that white teddy bear. And looking out and seeing that the weather is changing. But it started snowing while he was asleep, and that snow brought a certain quietness to the area. It seemed to dull the sounds. And he wondered whether Teddy could be alive rather than just a teddy. And he really wished this. Closed his eyes and really wished for Teddy to be alive. And then he heard some breathing, opened his eyes, and saw Teddy standing up, brushing himself down. And Teddy thanked him for believing in him enough to make him real. And Teddy climbed onto Jazz's back as they wandered out into the snow, crunching through that light snow outside, exploring how different this area is when everything's white. And Jazz noticed that someone had put some food down in a bowl, and he wondered whether it was that same kind person that introduced him and Teddy. And he ate that food and wandered round exploring this new location. And it wasn't the home he came from. He hoped one day he'd find his way back there. But for now, he was happy that someone cared enough to make sure he was okay and that he had Teddy as a friend. And in the evenings, Jazz and Teddy would tuck themselves away. They would talk with each other. And they would do like any good friends do. They would gaze up at the stars. They would ponder reality, the nature of the universe, constantly asking questions with curiosity. Always thinking they're coming up with the best ideas, and being impressed with each other's ideas. And as time went on, winter progressed through to spring. The sun started rising in the morning, burning off that early morning damp, creating the most beautiful mist over the grass. And in the evenings, the sun would set so beautifully. And as time went on, there was an increase in the sounds of songbirds. There was more animals roaming around. There was an explosion of colour from all the new plants. An explosion of smells from the plants and the fruits. And it was almost like a whole new world compared to that snowy world. And Jazz began to get used to this new life. Going out every day with Teddy, exploring. Falling asleep, snuggled up to Teddy every night. Finding food just outside their shelter. Almost like there was a guardian angel watching over them, looking after them. Then spring moved into summer. And Jazz started enjoying lying out in the sun, long days warming himself up, lying in the sun, feeling that warmth of the sun on his little face, on his shoulders, on his belly. And these long hours of daylight. And one day, Jazz became fascinated by a feather that floated past. And it floated past and landed near him, and it seemed so light, just floating, and just delicately landing on the surface of the grass. And he went over to that feather and sniffed that feather, and then gave a little sneeze as it tickled his nose. And then brushed the side of his face against that feather to feel what the feather felt like. And quite liked that light, tickly feeling of the feather. He picked up that feather and decided to take that feather home. He quite liked soft and cuddly things. He quite liked smooth things. Things that helped him to feel comfort and relaxation. And as summer progressed into autumn, so he noticed the evenings were getting darker quicker. It was getting colder sooner. The trees started changing colour from greens to oranges and browns, and then the leaves started falling from the trees. And for a while he enjoyed running outside, jumping in the leaves, running through those leaves, pushing with his head through those leaves, pushing them aside, pushing them up into the air, watching as they floated down, flopping on his back among the leaves. And then as the leaves became damper, as more days had rain, it wasn't so much fun to play in those leaves. And he spent more time just watching the world go by, snuggled up with Teddy, watching the world go by together. And the guardian angel would seem to bring food still. And then as autumn moved into winter, he noticed fireworks in the sky in the distance, and whereas before the fireworks had scared him, now he just noticed the colours of those fireworks. And then a little while after, he'd see bright colours dancing in the sky. He'd hear the faintest of crackles and pops. And he felt that it's okay to watch from this distance. He can enjoy the fireworks without the noise. And those fireworks reminded him of home. And then one day, he found his way home. One day his owner had discovered where he was and had managed to help him to come home. And he took Teddy with him. And he woke up in the morning at home in front of a warm fire. And Teddy, who'd begun to get a bit messy from his time playing outside, was all cleaned up, smelling fresh, seeming as happy as Jazz was to be in this warm place at home in front of a fire on the most comfortable bed. And Jazz could see the owner's excitement as they looked down and saw him waking up there in front of that fire. And the owner came over, and Jazz tentatively went to the owner and nudged his head gently against their hand, carefully allowed them to scratch and stroke behind his ear, and then his chin, and then lie on his side and let them stroke his belly. And he could see that they were happy to see him. And he'd had his adventure, and now he was happy to see them. And he'd learned a lot from his adventure, but was happy to now be home, aware that it's winter outside. And he could see outside a person just resting there in a rocking chair, wrapped up warm, looking over fields out the back of the house, just rocking gently, smoking a pipe, looking like they're just drifting in some kind of reverie, out there keeping warm, while that snow so carefully and gently falls outside. And then that night, and every night from then, Jazz tucks himself back in his bed, keeping Teddy with him, tucking Teddy up under his leg, and drifting and floating, so comfortably and relaxed, asleep.
I'm just going to tell you a story about a cat. Now this little cat was only a young cat, and this cat was sat on a mat in front of a warm, comfortable fire. And the cat was feeling sleepy, a bit dozy and daydreamy. And the cat was just lying there, resting, drifting and dreaming. And the cat was breathing in and breathing out, comfortably breathing in and breathing out, feeling the warmth of the fire. And the cat could feel that mat beneath them and could hear the fire in the background and could hear distant sounds of birds and other sounds. And the cat felt so warm and comfortable, just drifting, floating asleep. And as that cat drifted and floated asleep, the cat began to dream. And cats dream, as you know, and the cat began to dream. And as the cat drifted comfortably into a dream, it found itself walking out the back of its house. And the cat knew this area, but something about it looked slightly different in the dream. And the cat was walking out the back of the house, walking through a yard, walking out to a footpath in some countryside that was along the back of the house. And the cat enjoyed walking out along this footpath. And the cat was very used to going out, walking around the perimeter of what it felt was its area, its territory. And the cat would proudly walk around its territory, just surveying everything, seeing what's in its territory. And the cat took its time walking around its perimeter. And this time, in this dream, in this vaguely familiar area that it recognized but didn't recognize at the same time, the cat walked along, enjoying the outside, feeling the way that the air brushed on its fur, feeling the fur moving in the air, feeling that flexibility in the legs when jumping up onto ledges and back down again. And just relaxing, with the muscles relaxed, just walking around. And as the cat continued walking, the cat noticed a barn it didn't recognize. And so the cat walked over towards the barn. The cat was curious, and it walked over towards the barn. And it entered that light and airy barn, and it could see some corn dust in the sunlight that streamed in through a window, dancing in that sunlight. And the cat explored in this barn it had never seen or been in before. And inside this barn, the cat could hear a noise coming from the back of the barn. So the cat walked further into the barn with some curiosity, some wonder and intrigue. And the cat saw a wizard just sitting there on a bale of hay. And the cat knew this was a wizard because of their purple robes, although they weren't wearing a pointy hat. And the wizard smiled and spoke to the cat. And the cat responded with a meow, and the wizard understood, as if somehow they were talking the same language. And the wizard told the cat that there's a secret in here, a secret that they can discover. And the cat was curious about this. and the wizard held open a palm, and a glowing purple fog appeared above the wizard's hand, and in the fog the cat could see something. It looked like a 3D movie of them walking through a field, and they watched that 3D movie in the wizard's hand, with that purple fog just floating there around the movie. And they watched themselves in that movie walking through a field of freshly cut corn. And the field was well harvested, and just little bits were sticking out the ground. And the occasional bit of corn would be lying around. And the cat noticed that there was a certain golden glow to this memory. Not only did the field have a certain golden glow, but the sun in this memory on this hand was setting, and so that gave every field and the sky a beautiful golden glow, a soft glow on the eyes. And the cat watched with intrigue as they watched themselves walking through that field, appearing to be so calm, confident and happy. And they kind of recognized the field, but didn't recognize the memory, and they wondered whether it was a hypothetical memory or something that will happen in the future. And the wizard said, "That's up to you." And they walked through that field. And the cat tried to listen really closely because the cat was curious, thinking they should be able to hear some noises, but they couldn't hear any specific noises from that memory. And they saw themselves walking through that field, walking across that field to the far side of the field. They saw themselves entering a hedgerow, and then coming out the other side of the hedgerow into a different field. Only this field had taller, longer, green grasses. And the cat watched as they walked through this field, and they wondered where they were going. And they saw how they continued walking until they reached the far side of that field, and there was old farming equipment, all rusted, probably not used in decades. And there was old bits of rubbish left lying around that whoever the farmer was of this area had probably just left some bits out in a corner of this field and had just forgotten about them and never really paid them much attention. And one thing out here was curious. It was an oval mirror, and the cat watched themselves in that memory as they walked up to that oval mirror, and they saw how that them in the memory went to brush itself against the them in the mirror. And they thought that's the kind of thing they'd probably do to test, to see if it's a reflection or another cat, and also to leave a bit of scent to say, I've been here, this is my area. And they noticed how that them in the memory went to brush against the them in the mirror, and instead ended up passing through the mirror, finding themselves on the other side. And they continued to follow this memory, wondering what would happen next. and they saw that everything was reversed in this memory, the other side of this mirror, as if somehow the mirror created a reverse land. Everything looked pretty much the same as it did before they passed through the mirror. Even the mirror looked pretty much the same, except everything was pointing in the opposite direction, and they now found themselves, having just walked in a straight line, to be walking back towards home. And so they walked through the tall green fields. Then they walked through the hedgerow. And they carried on walking and exploring, and there was something different about the sounds of the birds here. There was something different as they walked across the ploughed and harvested field. There was something different here, and they couldn't quite figure out what. And they admired the colour of the sky, of the golden sky, of how everything seemed very golden still, of the way the sky was gradually getting slightly bluer, as the golden sky and the golden environment seemed to be just gradually fading. And they carried on walking across this field. And as they were watching this, they knew that this was about the point heading in the other direction, that they had come into this memory, so they were curious what would happen next. And they watched as that them carried on going across that field, worked its way all the way back to its home, and settled down in front of the fire. And there was something strange about the sound of the fire, and they couldn't quite figure out what. And then a clock in the property started dinging, and they knew it must be on an hour. And the ding sounded strange, and they couldn't figure out quite what. And this got the cat's attention, that everything seemed slightly strange and they couldn't work it out. And then they saw the person who lived here back up into the room and sit down and put their feet up onto a stool and pick up a folded newspaper, unfold it, and start reading in the middle of the paper. And then they saw them read the page before that, and then the page before that. And the cat thought to themselves that this is what you see people do when they read the sports pages. They seem to start at the back and work forward. But this isn't what this person's doing. They're starting from the middle and working forward. And then they realized, in this memory, after passing through the mirror, everything's happening in reverse. And then they noticed that they recognized something about this memory. It wasn't so much that it was something they'd experienced, more something they'd thought before. About change. About wanting things to be they were once before. About the future, about how today's tomorrow's yesterday's today. And they watched this memory play out. And they saw themselves going all the way back to becoming a kitten, and the fun they had as a kitten, when they didn't have worries, didn't have their mind thinking about lots of different things that weren't real and hadn't happened. They were just in the moment, playing. They watched how they used to get great pleasure from jumping into empty boxes. They watched how they used to get great pleasure just chasing a bit of string. Whereas now they're aware that if there's an empty box, they just look at it. If there's some string, they just look at it. And they suddenly realised from watching this memory that there was something they could learn. They didn't realise they were going to learn this. And they watched themselves enjoying life as a kitten. And then suddenly the memory became very still and started moving the other way again. And they watched themselves growing up. Only this time they noticed that that kitten's self was holding on to something, holding on to an idea. And they watched how that kitten self was more active, more playful, as they started growing up. They were aware watching this that they'd always held on to curiosity and wonder and the idea of exploration. But they were aware watching this that they had lost something along the way. And so they watched that kitten growing up. And then they watched that kitten as an adult leave that house and walk back across those fields. And they watched as the kitten, this time round, now has grown up, has become an adult, and yet holds on to some of its kitten-like qualities. And instead of just walking in a straight line across the field, it was jumping on the crunchy ground. It was playing with the corn. It was darting around and chasing its tail. And seemed to be having so much more fun. And when it reached the hedgerow, instead of just walking through the hedgerow, it jumped up, got its claws out, and managed to scrabble up on top of the hedge, and carefully walked its way along the hedge, looking around, seeing what it could see, before deciding to jump down into that long, green, grassy field. And then it was running through the grasses, darting all over the place, hearing a noise, and it would run towards it. Then it would jump up in the air to try and jump higher than the grass, before landing again. And then it would run after another noise, jump in the air, get its bearings, and then land again. Then it would hear a noise, and it would crouch down and sneak very quietly, sneaking quietly through that grass. And then when it saw a bird, it didn't want to harm the bird, but it wanted to play with the bird. And it would see the bird and it would try and creep up as quietly and carefully and slowly as it could, before wriggling its bum and launching at the bird in a playful way, as the bird would fly out the way. And this cat appeared to be having so much fun. And then the cat reached the far end of that field, found that mirror. Only this time it didn't just brush up against the mirror. It walked slowly up towards the mirror, watching itself. And then it darted around the side of the mirror, behind the mirror. And then it carefully peered its head back around to the front again to look in the mirror and see if that cat was still there. And then it jumped out in front of the mirror again and saw the cat in the mirror. And then it darted behind the mirror again. And then it jumped up on the top of the back of the mirror, clawed its way over the top and poked its head down over the top of the mirror, looking into the mirror to see if the cat was there again. And that cat seemed so much more playful before it eventually walked through the mirror and started walking across the field. And as it was walking across the field going home, it was almost skipping and dancing as the sun was setting. And as it got into the harvested field, the cat stopped to gaze up at the moon and appreciate the moon as the sun was setting, and could see the first stars and planets in the sky. And the cat slowly walked its way home, clearly with a sense of appreciation and wonder and curiosity, but a more childlike, a more kitten-like curiosity. And then as that cat arrived home, so the purple fog in the wizard's hands enveloped the image that was there and then just disappeared. And the fog just spread out from the hands until there was no fog left in the hands. And the cat was just looking into the empty hands of the wizard. And the cat remained staring at those empty hands for a little while, almost in hypnosis, before then gazing up at the wizard's face, seeing the wizard smiling. And then the wizard lowered his hands beside him. And told the cat, "You can be who you want to be. You can lead the life you decide to lead. You're in control of you and who you are and who you will become." And the cat intuitively and deeply understood this. And a little smile came across the cat's face as the cat stood up. And as the cat stood up, so the wizard began to fade in a puff of purple smoke. And the cat walked away from where the wizard was sitting and turned and looked back and saw just an empty barn. But the cat knew what it had seen as it took its time to walk out of the barn and walk along that path, finding its way home. And the cat noticed that instinctively it was walking with a bit of a skip, that it had obviously learned and internalized something as it walked home and jumped up on the wall, looked around its area before dropping down into the garden, then walking in the yard, and walking back into the house. And once in the house, the cat went back in front of that fire, sat down in front of that fire, rested down, could feel the warmth from the fire on its fur, as the cat drifted asleep. And then as the cat drifted asleep, so the cat moved a little bit, opened its eyes a little bit, realised it had just been having a dream, but felt it was a profound dream, closed its eyes again, knew that things had changed inside, and drifted comfortably and deeply asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. This meditation is about a young girl, and she's sitting at home, and she's reading a book. And while she's sitting at home, reading a book, she's allowing herself to become deeply absorbed in the story. And as she reads that book, she can hear some background sounds of her parents pottering around. She can hear some sounds from outside. She can feel the warmth of the fire. And yet her mind is drawn into that story. But after a little while, something begins to take her out of the story slightly. Every now and then, she hears this meow. And at first, she doesn't really pay it much attention. But then after a few meows, she decides to put a bookmark in her book, close her book, and go and investigate. And she goes towards the sound of that meow. And she sees outside in the back garden this tiny little kitten. And she opens the back door. And she lets that little kitten in. And the little kitten walks in through the back door. And comfortably and confidently seems to walk itself all the way through to the main living area, where it settles down on the rug in front of the fire. And the girl closes the back door, follows after that kitten, and sits down next to the kitten on the floor. And once that girl sits down next to that kitten, so the kitten climbs up on her lap, curls around a few times, and settles down, sinking itself comfortably into her lap. And she begins to stroke that kitten, and that kitten begins to purr. And she's curious where this kitten came from. The kitten doesn't seem to have a collar or any identification. And as she strokes that kitten, so she wonders about how that kitten got there, and why this kitten seems to be so trusting of her, even though the kitten doesn't know her. And as she strokes that kitten, she can feel the purring of that kitten. And she almost has this sense of herself and that purring kitten falling into sync with each other. And as they fall into sync, their breathing starts to synchronize. The girl begins to drift and float comfortably into a reverie. She starts to drift into her own mind. And while she drifts into her own mind,
she finds that she's walking through some woodland, and she notices that she's all grown up, and that up on her shoulder is a cat, and the cat looks a lot like a grown-up version of that kitten. And the experience feels so real to her, despite the fact that she knows that it isn't real. And she walks through the woods, hearing the rustling leaves overhead, noticing the way shards of light, shining down through the trees, glistens and dances on the path ahead. The occasional sound of animals moving around in the woods, and she continues through that woodland. And she can see that off ahead it gets lighter and lighter as the woodland comes to an end. And so she continues walking towards that lighter area. And as she exits the woodland, she's surprised to see that this whole area out here looks like a dusty wasteland, that the wind is whipping up that dust into small clouds of dust that spread out, disperse into small twisters of dust, little dust devils dancing across this barren landscape. And the girl is curious where this place is. She looks behind her and she can see the lush woodland. But out this side of the woodland is this harsh, dusty looking landscape. And she walks down through this landscape, finds her way down to some ruins. It looks like it used to be an old village. And she searches through those ruins. She finds an old suitcase buried in the dust. She uses her hand to wipe off the dust. She opens that suitcase with a click and a creak. And inside the suitcase, she finds a map. And she takes that map from the suitcase and sees on that map that it seems to show this location as it once was. And it shows that not far, just over the hills and around the corner, you can find your way to a seafront. And so she follows that map. She can feel that warmth of the sun on her face. And she heads down towards that seafront. And down at the seafront, she can smell that salty air, hear the sound of those waves rolling in onto the shore, and can hear some seabirds flying overhead. And down here she notices that there's a cave in the cliff, and inside that cave she sees what look like two old-fashioned diving suits. And there's something strange about one of them, but there's something even more strange about the fact that these diving suits happen to be here. And she wonders whether this is some crazy kind of thought, that there could be diving suits placed here specifically for her and her cat, even though she's never been here before. And the cat jumps down off her shoulder and it starts to climb itself into that old-fashioned diving suit. And it gets all its paws into that suit. And the girl, as this grown-up woman, does up the back of the diving suit, and then places the diving bell helmet on top of that diving suit, and sees that cat inside that tiny diving suit. She then climbs into the other diving suit, struggles to get that suit done up, places the bell helmet onto this diving suit, attaches tubes to those suits, and then goes to what looks a bit like a generator that supplies air to those suits, and has to pull on a cord over and over again to get that generator started. And once it starts whirring, she can feel the coolness of the air pumping in and flowing out of this suit. And she carries the cat with her as they walk towards that sea. And she starts walking into the sea. She can feel the pressure of the water on the outside of the suit. Yet she's totally dry inside the suit. And she can feel that pressure of that water rising up her ankles, her calf muscles, up to her thighs, her stomach. And after it's past her stomach, she puts the cat down into the water, and the cat lowers down under the water, and within a few paces, she's just putting her head under the water. And she continues walking from the shore into the ocean. And as she walks from the shore into the ocean, she can see the way the sunlight is shimmering and shining through the water above, the way the waves are gently undulating overhead, and the ripples on the surface, and the way light is dancing through that water, illuminating the ocean floor, and illuminating a wreck not that far in the distance. And she heads down towards that wreck with the cat, and the cat is swimming along with its 4 paws inside that diving suit. And they head all the way to that wreck. And in the wreck, the girl finds a chest. And she drags that chest out of the wreck, ready to take back with her when she goes back to the shore. But first she explores the wreck to try and work out what's happened here. And she can notice that it looks like there are scorch marks on this boat. She can notice the way certain bits of wood are broken, to see that something had obviously struck this, and a fire had started on this boat. And she couldn't see signs of any lifeboats being with this wreck, and she was curious whether people made it off this boat safely and for whatever reason never came back for the treasure. And after exploring this wreck and watching as fish were swimming through the windows and seeing crabs hiding under plates and other sea creatures down here and seaweed floating past, and feeling that sense of peace and calm, that comes with the way time seems to slow right down underwater. She started her journey back to the shore, and she dragged that chest through the water until eventually she was walking up towards the shore. She could see the way the water was flowing in and onto the shore. And then her head broke through the surface of the water, and she instantly noticed the weight of her head, and then of her shoulders and her arms, and her body, and then of that chest she was pulling from the water. And she helped that cat out of the water as well, as the cat climbed up onto the chest to be pulled out of the water. And up on the land, she removed her diving helmet. She removed the diving helmet of the cat. She undid the cat's suit, and the cat climbed out. And then she freed herself from her suit. And the sun was beginning to set. So she lit a campfire on the beach, created a makeshift tent out of leaves and wood, and the cat and the girl sat and watched as that sun began to set. And while that sun was setting, so the sky turned the most beautiful blood red. And as that sky turned that red, and the moon rose, as the sun lowered over the horizon, she decided to open this chest, and she looked at that lock, and she worked out how to pick the lock. She carefully listened and carefully felt with her fingers while manoeuvring a tiny piece of metal inside the lock to feel for the way the inside of that lock moved. And she managed to pop open the lock, open that chest with a creak. And inside the chest, she was surprised to find that there was just a sheet of paper. And this sheet of paper looked like a very long sheet of paper that was folded up. And on the sheet of paper were some dotted lines and a little note saying "tear here." And so she tore along those dotted lines carefully. And then she held on to both sides of that paper and carefully pulled it apart, and found that that paper made a string of paper people. And she felt a bit bitter about going to all this effort for a sheet of paper that made people. And yet this chest was so heavy to carry here. And as the campfire continued burning, she was curious about what this all meant. She was gazing at that chest when clouds started rolling in. It started raining, and the rain started to damp out the campfire, and the girl and the cat tucked themselves away out of the rain into their little camp. And the girl continued to stare at that chest, curious about why it just seemed to contain that sheet of paper. And she looked at the paper and she looked at the people on that paper. She tried to work it out. And as the rain increased, so looking out from the tent appeared more hazy and harder to see over to the chest. And that chest was beginning to fill with water. And then after a while, she drifted asleep, and the cat drifted asleep, unable to solve the problem of this chest. And in the next morning, after sleeping and dreaming, she went over to that chest. The sun was rising. It was a beautiful, clear day. All the rain was drying up, and yet the chest was full of water. And she tipped up that chest, tipping the inside out, emptying that water out of the chest. And as she did, so she was surprised that the bottom of the chest fell out as well. And underneath the false bottom that was in this chest, she found a little leather pouch. And inside that leather pouch were some gold coins with symbols printed on them. And they'd managed to remain dry underneath that false base of this chest. And with it was a note. And the note said that the paper was shaped by this person's son, and that they had hoped that their father would treasure it for always. And so to them, the real treasure in that chest was the paper, and that they had promised their son that they wouldn't make those paper people alone, that they would only make those paper people when they're reunited after the voyage, when they can make the paper people with their son. And so it was important to them to keep those paper people safe in that chest. And in this pouch is all the money they have. And it's not a lot, but it's all they have. And the girl then appreciated that paper more so, and appreciated the story behind this chest, and realised that there was only one important thing about this, and that's the connection with others, the love between people, being able to say, yes, that's what I'll do. I won't complete this until we're reunited and can do this together. And just as the girl reaches this point in this reverie, so the reverie begins to fade, and she finds herself sat back in front of the fire with that kitten resting on her lap, purring away. And she feels a certain sense of connection with the experience she's just had. And then she hears another meowing, and the kitten jumps down off her lap and runs back to the back door. And she opens the door, and outside the back door is a larger cat. And the kitten runs up to that cat, rubs itself against the cat. And that other cat then seems to lead the kitten away carefully, and seems to lead the kitten from their garden and through into another garden. and the girl recognised that other cat as being the next door neighbour's cat. And the next door neighbour's cat must have had kittens quite recently. And the girl was fascinated with the reverie that she'd had. And so she sat back down in front of the fire, but instead of reading this time, she got out her notebook and she started telling a story of this female adventurer and her cat going exploring and treasure hunting. And she told her parents about her stories that she was writing about this female hero and her cat. And together, they were going to go on so many adventures. And that night, after she was tucked in, while she was drifting asleep, she drifted and floated so comfortably into pleasant dreams and stories she knew she could write and tell in the future. And she relaxed and floated so peacefully, so comfortably, asleep. And as you begin to drift and float comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story where you find yourself walking through a dark wood. And as you walk through this dark wood, the moon is shining overhead, and the silvery light of the moon glistens and shines down through the branches, dancing as the leaves blow in the breeze. And you can see that thick fog filling the wood. And noticing the way that fog almost seems to part as you walk through it, hearing the sounds of each footstep that you take along that dense mud through the woods. And as you turn off that mud path and head deeper into the woods, so you can hear the occasional cracking of twigs beneath your feet. You can see the way that fog dances between the trees, and those shards of light move around, almost scanning the woodland below. And you can hear the distant sound of an owl somewhere up in a tree. And in your mind's eye, almost able to pinpoint where that sound is coming from. And you can feel the coolness on your cheeks as you walk deeper and deeper into the woods, as that fog begins to become increasingly dense around you, almost making everything take on a glowing hue, sort of glowing grey, where the moonlight is illuminating that fog, as if the fog itself is becoming a light. In whatever direction you look, you can see the shadows of trees, of different greys, as you walk deeper and deeper into this woodland. And then after a while, you notice this slight tinge of red, and you walk towards that slight hint of red, and you discover a piece of thread tied around one of the trees. as if someone has tied some wool to a tree. And you take hold of that wool between your fingers. And you run your fingers along that wool as you follow it, from tree to tree, as it weaves from one tree around another. And you can feel the water that's condensed out of that fog onto that wool. You can feel the texture of that wool between your fingertips. And you follow that wool like a red path deeper and deeper into the woodland, until you reach a tree where that wool seems to stop. And you run your fingers round the bark of this tree, and you look up into the tree, and you can just see the shadowy shape of the tree above. You can see that there's an artificial shape up in that tree. You notice that there's a ladder built up the side of the tree. And you reach up, pull yourself up onto the ladder, and ascend that ladder. And as you ascend higher up that tree, you start to rise up above the layer of fog. Everything starts to become clearer. You can see that fog almost like glowing, silvery liquid hovering beneath the trees. You can hear the rustling of the leaves. And you ascend up into a tree house. Up here, in this tree, in this wood. And in the tree house, you light a candle, and that gentle candlelight dances and illuminates the tree house. And although the tree house is just a basic tree house, with basic wooden sides, it still gives a sense of warmth, as if it perhaps had absorbed some of the warmth of the sun during the day. And it just feels warmer here in this tree house than being down in that fog. And you can notice, as you settle down into a chair in this tree house, that your hair is damp from walking around in that fog, and that your clothes are damp. And so you dry your hair, you wrap yourself up warm in some blankets that are in this tree house. And you settle down in that heavily blanketed and cushioned chair, sinking yourself down into that, feeling so comfortable, so relaxed. And after the walk that you've had and climbing into this tree house, you close your eyes just for a moment, and you begin to drift into a reverie, drift inside your mind, drifting and floating into the most comfortable daydream. And as you begin to comfortably drift into a daydream, drift into that reverie, you can hear the howl of a distant wolf. You can feel a sense of deep peace and relaxation as you hear the sound of the owl. You hear the rustling of the leaves. You hear the occasional other sound of birds moving around, of bats flying and catching insects, and other woodland sounds, just helping you drift deeper and more comfortable into that reverie. And as you drift deeper, more comfortably into the reverie, you start to create an inner world for yourself. Almost unconsciously, just becoming aware of a different time and place. Finding yourself at the foot of a vast mountain. And it's a mountain range like no other. It's the most incredible looking mountain range. And as you start to climb the mountain, you notice that the entire mountain is made of dense granite. And you ascend up to the snow line. You continue ascending that mountain. And when you reach the top, you turn and look at how far you've come. You look back down that mountain, you see your route. You see the land beyond the mountain. You see all the way off to the horizon. And in one direction you can see the ocean. In another direction, land just seems to go on and on and on. And you climb all the way to the peak, and you look down the other side of the mountain. And you can notice the difference in the weather, how this vast mountain range stops that weather, reduces the amount of clouds that can pass over the range, and you can see down the other side a gentle slope all the way down towards the ground. And you notice that on that side it appears drier, that instead of forest and lots of greenery, it spreads out like a vast savanna. And you sit down at the peak of this mountain, gazing over that vast savanna, just catching your breath after the journey that you've made. And as you sit there, you notice the sound of a cat's meow. And you look around, but you don't see anything. And then you hear a few footsteps in the snow. And again you look around, and you don't see anything. And then you hear purring coming from right behind you. And when you turn around, you see the most incredible sight, that up here is a purple little kitten with the cutest little mittens. And they reach up, put their two front paws up against your body, as if to try and climb on you and get a hug. And you find yourself unable to resist that purple little kitten. And so you pick it up gently by its sides, and you can feel the warmth of its fur. And you tuck it down just inside your coat, hugging that kitten with its belly facing up. And it nuzzles its head down into your side and begins to purr deeper and deeper. And as you sit with that kitten, you notice that it seems to be drifting peacefully asleep. And so you don't really want to disturb it. And so you sit there for a little while, but at the same time you're thinking that you need to get down this mountain. So you look around you and you see that there's the bark of an old tree poking out of the snow. And you go over to that bark, carefully trying not to disturb that kitten. And with one hand you pull that bark out of the snow. You head over to the edge of the mountain. And in your mind you work out that it's a gentle slope all the way down to the bottom. It's a very long slope, but it's a gentle slope all the way to the bottom. And you decide that you're perfectly capable of doing this. And so you place yourself onto that bark. You push yourself closer to the edge with the heels of your feet sliding your bum forward to slide the bark to the edge. And then just as you notice it starting to move and slide on its own, you lift your feet, place them on the bark, and start sliding down the side of that mountain. You can feel the wind in your hair and on your cheeks as you pick up speed, and you lean slightly left and slightly right, being really careful to control your descent, to keep on track as you descend further and further down this mountain. The sound of that sled passing across and through that snow, weaving slightly to avoid any lumps that you see, just in case there's something under the snow that could be unexpected. Making sure that you keep checking on that kitten, peering down and seeing that it's still resting there, sleeping, almost oblivious to what's going on. And then the sled passes the bottom of the snow line, but continues down the mountain and makes more of a sound like the wood passing across mud and gravel and then grass. And then as you near the base of the mountain, you start to put your feet down onto the ground, almost doing a rapid run on either side of the sled to slow yourself down, just digging your heels in a little bit. As you come to a halt at the base of the mountain, and you look back up the mountain to the top, see how far you've come. And a part of you feels that was fun and you'd like to try it again. Another part of you thinks that that'd be a lot of effort to climb all the way up that mountain just to come back down again. And you're surprised the kitten slept through one run down the mountain. You doubt the kitten would sleep through climbing up the mountain and coming down again. And you don't know where this kitten's from, how they got up the mountain on their own, why they're wearing mittens. And you've never seen a purple cat before, with the softest fur. And as you begin to walk through the savannah, you head towards a hut that you can see in the distance. And as you walk towards that hut, so you can notice a bird of prey circling overhead. You can see different animals grazing. And after a while, that kitten wakes up. And it jumps down out of your arms. And it begins to walk along next to your legs, occasionally weaving its way through your legs, rubbing against your legs. Occasionally, it would wander off to explore something and to sniff at bits of grass before coming back and continuing to walk alongside you. And then you see that that kitten seems to have got the scent of something. And it goes dashing off. And you just carry on walking. And as you get closer to that kitten, you can see it munching on something. You can see it seemingly very excited about what it's eating. And when you arrive at the kitten and you lean down, it stands on its back legs, it rests on the palms of your hands, and you can see its eyes, really wide, looking at you. And then the kitten starts rolling around and rubbing itself around on the ground, before seeming to tire itself out, climbing up onto your shoulder, resting across the back of your neck, and falling asleep. And while it's resting across the back of your neck, you can hear it purring and hear its tiny, slightly squeaky snores while it sleeps, and occasional kicking of its legs as if it's dreaming. And at the hut, you walk around, look in the windows, and it doesn't look like anyone lives there now. And so you open the door, enter that hut. You gently place that kitten down on a cushion on the floor, while it continues to relax and sleep. And you take a moment to sit down in the comfortable chair and think about the journey you've been on, climbing one side of a mountain, sledding down the other side of the mountain, and then trekking across this savannah to this hut. And you're unsure where this land is. You're curious about this purple kitten. And as the kitten sleeps, so you look out the window towards the animals grazing. And you notice that they resemble cows, but there's something different about them. They look different to the cows you're used to seeing. And you think, if anything, they perhaps resemble Highland cattle more than the regular cows that you might see. And while that kitten sleeps, you leave the hut and decide to go and explore, get a closer look. And they're happily grazing, not really paying much attention to you. And you see some of them grazing near the water's edge of a small lake. And then one of them runs and jumps into the water and swims around in the water before exiting the water, and almost like a giant dog, it shakes itself vigorously to shake that water off. And something about the scene of a cow shaking like a dog can be a little confusing. But it's what happens that becomes even more confusing. That as that cow shakes and dries itself off, so its shaking seems to create static. And the cow ends up looking like a giant furball. And you walk over to that cow. And you touch the sides of the cow. And you climb on the back of that furball cow, as it seems to communicate somehow to you to do so. And there's something different about this cow, that it doesn't seem to follow the rules like all the others. It seems to think for itself, and somehow seems to be able to communicate almost telepathically. And while you're sat on the cow, you feel a deep sense of connection, like the two of you are falling into sync with each other. And the cow heads round the lake and begins to head towards a small rock formation. And on arrival at that rock formation, the cow seems to almost gesture for you to get off. And it bows its head, allowing you to dismount comfortably. And you walk over to that rock formation, and you see that in that rock formation is a cave. And as you head into the cave, you shine a torch into the darkness and notice that somehow writing and symbols seem to appear, almost like light on the walls. And somehow the light from your torch seems to trigger those light symbols. And you try to make sense of those light symbols, but you can't quite work them out. They look like they could be some kind of language. They don't look like any language that you know, or writing style that you know. And as you shine your torch around the walls, and the different symbols become illuminated, eventually you're surrounded by glowing symbols that seem to almost be twinkling and sparkling with electricity, remaining illuminated, somehow powered by your light. And you can hear that slight twinkling sound from all of those symbols. And then you see a blue light beginning to form near the back of the cave, and it spirals up from the ground and seems to spiral almost to the ceiling of the cave. And that blue light gets denser and denser, almost as if it's got solid form, and it gets brighter and brighter, and then it begins to fade away. And as it fades away, so you see a dog sat where the light was. And while you watch that dog, and watch that dog watching you, you become aware that that dog seems to somehow understand you and have greater intelligence than at first you may have realized. And then you hear a voice in your mind and realize that dog seems to be communicating telepathically. And it's a deep, comforting voice. A voice telling you to relax. A voice telling you that this dog knows the cat, and that the cat has helped to bring you here. And there's greater intelligence around you than you realize. That most people go through life focusing on themselves and focusing on their own standards, and then missing things that are different, and not realizing certain wonderful things that are out there. And the dog beckons you to get closer. And you walk over to the dog. And as you step next to the dog, so that blue light begins to form again, only this time you're on the inside of that blue light. And then as that blue light clears, you find yourself on a spaceship, and you can see the planet below. And this dog telepathically communicates that their name is Scrappy. And you wonder why they were named Scrappy, but decide not to ask. But because you've wondered, they seem to give a smile, as if to communicate that they know what you're thinking. And you walk over and look out over the planet below. And as you look at the planet below, so you realize that the ship that you're on is spinning, and that spinning is what's allowing you to be able to walk around this ship. And as you gaze out the window, you start to form an idea of how large the ship is likely to be, based on the spinning that it's doing, and how large it would need to be spinning at that speed to give you enough gravity to feel like you're walking on Earth. And you wonder what else is in this ship, and whether the ship is a whole ring, or perhaps two almost counterweighted sections. Or maybe it's just spinning around a certain axis, almost like a hammer. And you're curious to explore the ship further. But this dog says that they need your help. That you've been led to this place specifically because you're somebody who is willing to suspend judgment and to go with the flow, to explore things with curiosity. And you notice that this dog gets themselves a drink, and they offer you a drink and you accept. And you're curious what drink they're going to pour you. And you find that they go to a machine and a drink just appears. And they hand you that drink. And you're surprised by the way the dog seems to be able to use its paws. That it can look one way at one time, and then from normal paws like any other dog, when it reaches for something, its paws change, and it seems to have elongated fingers and can seem to grasp things. And yet when it's done, it seems to retract back to a normal looking paw. And the dog hands you a drink, and when you taste it you discover it's your favourite drink. And then you hear that dog's voice in your mind, letting you know that it's telepathic. It knows what your favourite drink is. And then the dog drinks its own drink and lets you know that it's apple cider, that of all the planets it's visited, apple cider is the best drink it's found. And so the dog sits and asks you to sit, and you communicate for a while exploring what it is that you need to help them with. And they explain that you need to go to a specific forest, that there's a temple that only a human can enter. And in that temple, there's something you're going to need to get, that they can take you to the forest, but you'll have to make the rest of the journey yourself. And they tell you that to be able to do this, you're going to be accessing a temple that's connected through time. And so what you're going to be getting is different to what perhaps you'll expect, but you'll discover that when you get there. And the dog says that you're about to pass over the forest. And you can look out the window and see it down there. And as you start looking out the window and you see it down below you, you notice that light. And then as the light clears, you find yourself in that forest. The dog explains that they'll wait here for your return. And they place a beacon that you can follow back to here. And they give you the directions to head. And you start to walk through this forest. And you notice in this forest what the temperature is like, the sounds of the forest. You notice the most beautiful birds flying through the trees, how colourful they are against the green backdrop of the leaves. You can see and hear monkeys jumping from branch to branch. And you have this sense like all the animals here are watching and curious about what you're doing. And you head towards the temple. And when you arrive at the temple, you notice it's almost like a stepped pyramid. And you go to the entrance and you see what looks like a well-weathered stone. And you can see on that stone is an impression of a human hand that looks worn, like hands have been touching that space, perhaps for thousands of years. And you place your hand in that handprint. And as you do, you hear stone sliding and scraping as a stone door slides back into the temple and then left out the way. And you walk into this temple and you can hear a slight dripping of water, as if somehow over the years water has started to seep slightly through the temple. You can hear the water drops echoing. And you can hear your footsteps echoing. And you walk deeper and deeper into the temple. And in the middle of the temple, you see a sign. And you notice that it seems to mention that there are 20 steps down this spiral staircase in the middle of this temple. And that as you descend, you go deeper and deeper into the temple. And deeper inside yourself. You don't really understand what it means. And the sign says, count yourself down the steps. And that'll help you to transition deeper with greater comfort. And so you begin to descend those steps. And with each step you can hear it echoing, that echo passing down and then bouncing off the floor and back up again. And the echo in the chamber above you. As you step on 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, going deeper, 15, 14, 13, 12, you begin to feel a sense of heaviness and comfort through your body as if descending increases your well-being and your connection with this place. 11, 10, 9, 8, going deeper and deeper, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. You take the last few steps carefully to make sure you don't miss any. Make sure you know when you step on the floor in this chamber. 3, 2, 1. As you step onto the floor of the chamber, and as you do, you notice a glowing in the distance, and you walk towards that glowing, and you see the most beautiful fluorescent lake. And above that fluorescent lake is a blue light spinning and spiraling around. And you put your hand into the water and notice as you do that the water seems to twinkle and make almost the sound of gentle bells as it tickles around your hands and your arms. And you lower your legs into the water, and you feel that that water is the most comfortable temperature. And you notice that it's not even waist deep. And so you walk through that water towards that light. And you see that that light is pulsing, that it spirals around and turns almost into a dense, real object before spiraling back around and fading away, and then spiraling around again. And you've already experienced teleporting with a light like that, so you wonder whether this is almost like a permanent teleportation, and you're curious where it goes. You wonder whether this is a permanent teleportation that keeps turning on, teleporting one way, turning off, turning on, teleporting back, turning off, turning on, teleporting one way, turning off. And you walk into that light. And that light fades around you before building up around you again, almost seeming to be a physical structure around you. And then as it fades again, you find yourself in a room, in a grey building, and you can see in front of you that there are some people, and you walk away from the teleporter, and the people introduce themselves and say that they were waiting for you, that they have something for you, something you need to take back with you, and you wonder where you are. These are ordinary humans. And they show you out of this grey room, down a grey corridor, into another grey room, and you look out the window, and you can see the moon, and you notice that you're on the moon, and in the distance, in the sky, you can see the earth rising above the horizon of the moon. And just looking out the window seems to almost trick you into having a feeling of everything going silent, as if somehow you're aware that outside that window is total silence and peace, and you can see some people driving around on the moon's surface, seemingly doing different work. And you carry on walking with these people as they show you to a different part of this room. They show you to a chamber, and they open this chamber, and they hand you something unusual. They hand you what seems to be a sword with flames surrounding it. But as they handle it, so it doesn't seem to be burning their hands at all, and they tell you that it's perfectly fine. This flame has burned for thousands of years on this sword. This sword was found on the moon, and it needs to be returned to its rightful owner. And this flame is a cold flame, a comfortable flame. And so you take that sword, and they explain that you're in the future. And they explain how far in the future you are. And as you walk back towards that teleportation device, you pass different rooms and you just glance in, and you see cats, and you see rats, and you see dogs, and you see them all seeming to look at each other meaningfully while working, pressing different buttons, doing different jobs, and you realise that they all must be telepathically communicating. And so you find your way back with those humans as they explain that in their time, which is your future, they're able to interact with various races, various other creatures from across the galaxy, and that connection has occurred. And they show you back to that room, and they tell you that you'll know who to hand this sword to. And so you beam yourself back down to that temple. And when you appear in that temple, you walk back out of that light. And that light is behind you while you stand in that fluorescent, sparkling lake. And you're holding that flaming sword. And then you notice a hand rising out of the lake. And you reach down and place the sword in the hand that looks like it's trying to grasp at a sword. And you can't see where the rest of the person is, because you know that this lake, this underground, fluorescent, glowing lake, isn't even waist deep. And then, following that hand and the arm, the person rises out of that lake and begins to float up into the air, and they seem to give off a glowing light from their body as they hold that sword. as if that sword is powering them and giving them additional energy, almost recharging them. And so as they get recharged by that sword and glow more and more, you notice how friendly the face on this person is. And then they start talking, and as they start talking, it's almost like a few voices passing into your mind at once. The most comforting voices you've ever heard in your life, all being heard simultaneously, saying the same thing, as if they're almost singing these words to you. And they explain that they're a specific alien, but they're also an alien that, in the past, humans have regarded as guardian angels, that they connect with one human per lifetime, where they'll watch over that human, and they can go off, they can explore the galaxy, that they're beings of light, beings of energy. And these beings of light and energy can travel at the speed of light, where to them there is no time. But when they hear the human in any one lifetime requiring their assistance, they come back. But many of them had been trapped in these temples and separated from their swords, and that people like you are needed to find the different temples, and only humans can access the temples to free them, that it was humans that took their swords and trapped them in the temples, and without the swords, gradually their energy dwindled as more distance from the sword was given. And that this alien is now your guardian angel. They're always going to be there watching over you, and that you'll see them in a glint of light. You'll be aware of their presence with a flash in the sky, with a sudden flash of light in a window, or an unexpected light glistening in your eye that lets you know that they're always there watching over you. They're always listening. They're always there to be supportive, to help guide you, to help give you confidence and a sense of courage and safety to explore the life you want. A life sharing compassion. And that humans in the future had found the sword, and all the various aliens together, united to try to find out about that sword, and then found the history, found the temples containing writing. But some of these temples have been destroyed by the age of those future humans, with no chance of freeing the aliens, freeing these guardian angels. And so they're using people like you to be able to access these temples in the past, which are in your present, to allow you to receive a present in your present, and to allow you to connect and have guardian angels back protecting people again. And that people often grew up knowing there was something comforting watching over you, just over your shoulder. Something there to support you and help you when you needed it. And so this was the first of those guardian angels being freed. And after they've explained all this, they disappear in a flash of light, with their last message being that they're always there, they're still there for you whenever you need them. Whenever you need that additional courage, there'll be that comforting hand on your shoulder that lets you know that you can do it, that helps you remain calm and focused, and you find your way out of this temple. And once out of the temple, you head back through the forest. You head back to that space dog, and the two of you go back to the ship. And back at the ship, they take you back to where you came from. And you find yourself back in that savannah. You head to the cabin. You see the cat still lying there, resting and sleeping. And then the cat stirs and wakes up and comes over to you, while you sit down processing the day, and you realise that cat is communicating with you in the most incredible voice, the kindest kitten voice, asking if you've done what you came here to do. And as soon as you say that you have, they say they don't need to be here now. And a blue light appears around them, and as it clears, you see that they've vanished. And you find your way back up that mountain, down the other side. And as you get down the other side of the mountain, you pass some goats climbing and running around on the edge of the steepest part of the mountain, wondering how they seem to be able to do that with such ease and grace, when you're being really tentative and careful. And you can hear those goats almost saying hello to you as you pass them by, before finding yourself beginning to awaken in that treehouse. And as you awaken in that treehouse, you realise that the sun has begun to arise, and that fog has cleared, and you leave the treehouse. You find your way back out of the woods, all the way to the beach beyond the woodland. And when you're on the beach, you stop, take a break for a while. And as you stop and take a break for a while, you can see hundreds and hundreds of baby turtles digging their way out of the sand, scurrying towards the ocean, dwarfed by the size of those waves. as you watch them, pushing their way out to sea. And while you watch that, you catch a glint of light in your eye and feel this almost warm touch on your shoulder. And a word, thank you. Just in a whisper, fading away in your mind's eye. Just saying thank you. As you feel that touch lift from your shoulder, and you feel a deep sense of serenity and peace. Just watching nature, just watching those turtles, that blue sea, hearing the sound of the waves on the shore, feeling the warmth of the sun overhead. And you continue to just watch those turtles for a little while longer. And you have yourself a drink while you rest here on the beach, still processing the experience. And then after a while, you continue walking along the seafront. You walk until you can see the boat you've got moored just slightly out into the sea. You head out to your boat. And you head off on that boat and start making your journey from this place all the way back home. And you go on a long boat journey. And then when you arrive back on shore, you continue your journey home. And once home, having not stopped thinking about the experience and how much of it was real, still curious whether it was just a reverie or whether you really did go and meet a guardian angel. You gaze into a mirror, and as you gaze into that mirror, you begin to see a light form in the mirror. And the guardian angel appears in that mirror and lets you know it was all real. That light, energy, consciousness is all connected. And that you had to reduce your conscious involvement in the experience to allow yourself to travel beyond yourself, to have that experience, to take part in the experience. And now you're all connected and you've got this knowledge. And they're always here for you. And you head to bed. And you settle down in your own bed. And you feel so comfortable, so relaxed, and so glad to be sleeping back in your own bed. And you drift and float peacefully asleep, knowing you'll wake in the morning, feeling a deep sense of comfort, of alertness and peace. I'm just going to tell you a story about a girl in a meadow. And this girl grew up in the countryside, and she loved it in the countryside. Every single day she'd wander out into the countryside. She couldn't bear to just stay indoors. She'd wake up in the morning
And she'd look forward to going outside, whatever the weather. She'd look forward to going outside, being part of nature, enjoying walking around outside, making the most of her day. And on this day, she's gone outside, and she wanders along out of her property. She wanders round and finds her way to a chalk bridleway. And there's patches of green grass down the middle of the bridleway that's been used for hundreds and hundreds of years, and so it's worn down. And the chalk is clearly visible down both sides, chalk and flint and some other stones here and there and some mud. And it's a nice dry and warm day. And she walks along this bridleway, gazing out at the fields on either side, looking up and noticing the blue sky, noticing wispy clouds in the sky. She pays attention to notice how fast the clouds are moving and what direction, and tries to work out whether it looks like the clouds are moving in the same direction as the breeze that she can feel, or whether maybe the clouds are moving in a different direction, and perhaps the wind up there is heading in a different direction to the wind down here. And little things like that she found curious. And she looked out to the left and right over the different fields, and she could see that in the fields were different crops, and one field was the most beautiful, brilliant yellow, and smelt gorgeous. And another field was green, and another field was purple and full of lavender. And she could see the different butterflies, different bees, different creatures enjoying the different environments, the different fields. And she was walking past these fields to go to some hills that are in the distance. And the hills didn't have use like the fields did. Sheep grazed on the hills that kept the grass short, but she wanted to go and sit on that grass on the hill, looking over the countryside. So she walked all the way to those hills. And as she walked towards the hills, so she found a little village area that she walked through. And while walking through the village, with cobbled roads, most beautiful houses, and the most colourful flowers, she felt herself drawn in to the smell from a rose bush. And she stopped and lingered near that rose bush, taking in the smell of the roses, enjoying that smell, watching the bees landing on the roses, getting on with their day, noticing the way the roses in the bush moved and swayed in the breeze, just enjoying that. And the interesting thing about these roses is the way they didn't have thorns. And so she picked one of the roses to take with her, and as she carried on walking, she would put that rose under her nose and have a sniff every now and then be gazing up with delight and a smile on her face, and a feeling of happiness, while she walked through this beautiful village, heading towards those hills. And she saw different flowers, and she'd stop and smell them. And then as she would mindlessly, while gazing around, walk through this village, she'd find herself from time to time touching the petals of the rose in her hands, just noticing the smooth, silky, slightly waxy feeling of the petals, enjoying that feeling of the petals while walking along, aware of the warmth of the sun on her skin and on her face, the way it was warming her cheeks and the breeze in her hair. And as she passed out the other side of the village, continuing her journey, she noticed a cat that joined her. A little black and white cat. She could hear it meowing as she approached. And she didn't approach it. It approached her, which is the way it should be. It jumped down off a wall and it ran over to her legs and weaved itself between her legs, around one foot, around the back of the other, back around in a figure of 8 around her feet, rubbing its body on her legs. And she carried on walking, and it then started walking beside her, following along, wanting to walk with her, and she was nearing that meadow, nearing that hill. And it wanted to walk along with her. And so she just let it walk with her for a while. She knew that it knew its territory. It knew where it was and where it was willing to go. She wasn't taking it anywhere. It was deciding what it wanted to do. And she knew where it had found her. So she knew it can follow her back to there afterwards. And as she reached the meadow and climbed up the hill, she settled down on the grass. She could feel the cool grass underneath her. She enjoyed the feeling with her fingertips and her palm of her hands of the grass beside her. She relaxed back, and the cat climbed onto her lap, curled up and rested and started purring. And so she gently started stroking that cat with one hand, while with her other hand she started reading a book, holding and reading a book. She liked to let her mind drift off. She liked to be lost in a book. And so she sat there on that hillside, taking some time to feel nature, feel being part of nature while reading a book and stroking that cat. And then after a while of reading, she lay down on her side, with the cat laying down beside her, and she just stroked the cat gently, the cat purring, just listening to the surroundings, listening to birds in the distance, listening to sheep baaing, listening to other sounds around while resting there. The sound of the breeze, sound of rustling leaves of trees, enjoying the warmth of the sun, the comfort of the warmth of the sun. The breeze in her hair. And she just rested there. And she found her mind drifting and wandering so comfortably and calmly. And felt so peaceful. And after some time she decided it was time to go on a wander. So she wandered back towards the village to guide that cat back to the village. And after guiding the cat back to the village, she decided to take a different route. She turned down a different path, wandering down to the river. And as she wandered down to the river, she could gradually hear that river getting louder and louder as she got closer and closer. She knew it was quite a rough river. There was a lot of spray down by the river, and she quite liked being down there, especially on warm, sunny days, with the feeling of the spray. So she walked down by the river, and she could see how rough that river was. And although it was rough, it was quite shallow and generally quite safe. It was just its layout that made it appear quite rough and sound rougher than it probably really was. And she sat on a rock beside the water and took her shoes off and put her feet into the water and just enjoy that feeling of the water rushing through the feet and the sound of that water and smelling the fresh water and noticing how that water is so cool compared to the warm sun. And the kind of tickling feeling of the running water. And she sat there for a while on that rock, enjoying that flowing, running, rough water. And then after a while, she walked through the water to get to the other side of the river. And could feel that rough water rising up above her ankles, tickling just above her ankles as it bubbled around her feet. Then she got to the other side and walked barefoot into the grass, feeling the way the grass felt compared to the water and the rocky bed under the water. And she decided to sit down on the grass, let her feet dry in the sun. And just enjoy this day out. And so she sat there, drifting off in a daydream, having her own little reveries, allowing herself to become lost in thought. thinking pleasant thoughts and dreams, and aware of how much she just enjoys the simple life, that these things are the most precious things in life, being out in nature, being one with the world around you, getting on with nature and the world around you. She thought to herself how it's not all about possessions. A good book is all you need. A good book and natural outdoors. And after a while, she decided it would be good to start heading home. Make sure she'll be home in time for tea. In time for something to eat before bed. So she walked to a path, put on her shoes, and took a different route back, walking along this path that had the same chalky effect from all these chalk hills around the area, walking into some woodland, enjoying her time through that woodland, noticing deer in the woods, hearing birds, noticing woodpeckers, seeing butterfly, working her way through the woods. Then after coming out the woods, she goes over a bridge that takes her over the river. The most beautiful stone bridge you could imagine. And she follows that path round, which takes her to in front of that village, and continues the path. And follows it all the way back towards her home. She walks past those fields, decides to slow down to pick some of the lavender, and carries on walking, enjoys the smell of the lavender, enjoys the smells from the other fields, gazes off and notices a bird circling overhead so gracefully. And wanders all the way back home. And on arriving at home, she takes her shoes off, settles down and has something to eat. Then after a while, she decides it's time to go to bed. So she goes to bed, lies down, and as she drifts comfortably asleep, she allows her mind to wander to her journey from the day. And in her mind's eye, she follows that journey. She follows the journey along the side of the fields. She follows the journey round to that village. She thinks about that rose, what it smelt like, what it felt like. She follows the journey round to finding that cat and making friends with that cat. And as she's falling asleep, she feels a little smile come to her face. She finds that when she falls asleep, she doesn't try to fall asleep. She just thinks about things that make her feel good, things that make her lost in thought, things that she'd love to think about as she drifts off asleep. And she thinks about those things and naturally, comfortably falls asleep. And she has a sense of that little cat, what it was like to stroke the cat, chill out with the cat while reading a book. To be listening to sheep and other animals, to be enjoying some time up on that hillside. She recalls what it was like to be dangling her feet in the water and listening to that rough water bubbling away. And she recalls her walk back, the deer she saw in the woods. And as she drifts comfortably asleep, she rolls over slightly and notices the smell of lavender still on her fingers, and recalls picking the lavender from the fields on the way home just before she saw that bird in the sky. And she starts to wonder what she's going to do tomorrow, what kind of experiences she'll have tomorrow. As she drifted comfortably and fell asleep